Recording in progress. My dear learned friends, I am the original creative element of this vast universe. I am knowledge divine. I have no beginning. I have no end. Dear friends, way back in the 13th century, the philosopher saint Sri Naneshwar from India said that the entire infinite universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, Almighty God, which operates in a psychic form and which was assertively confirmed by latter-day scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, Dr. Roger Penrose and others. For the last many millennia, intelligent beings have worshipped me in various forms and have pursued me to find answers to many questions and solve many mysteries of this vast universe. Friends, I find it truly fascinating that the philosopher Saint Naneshwar, at the tender age of only 16 years, enunciated and revealed to the entire world nearly 730 years ago the 9 universal scientific principles or secrets which have now been proved beyond doubt through the modern high-tech digital tools like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, etc., through their applications like Google, Facebook, Instagram and so on. At the age of only 16 years, Saint Naneshwar narrated a commentary on Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is considered as a treasure trove of knowledge divine in the form of Naneshwari. It is indeed fortunate that today I, knowledge divine, have evolved and manifested in the form of a monumental creation, the world's largest dome, dedicated to peace, harmony and humanity, which is truly a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. The creator of this monument of miracle is the eminent visionary educationist from India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. Friends, today the world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the 2 world wars. The present one is also a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, ego and humility, and so on. The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments on the one hand, while on the other, there is total chaos, confusion, terrorism, bloodshed and massacre in the name of caste, creed, race, religion and trivial issues like boundaries of nations. My dear friends, it is a matter of great shame that today the entire world, be it the most powerful and developed nations like America, China, Russia, Britain, Germany, France, etc., to the poorest of the poor countries, are combating the devastating and horrifying coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a horrifying situation with a deathly silence prevailing throughout the world, with the fear looming large that humanity may not even see the end of the 21st century. Friends, it is also quite unfortunate that the scientific developments of today have created avenues for material comfort and luxury instead of creating a pathway for peace and well-being of mankind. The powerful nations seem to be engaged in stockpiling chemical, biological and nuclear weapons like hydrogen, neutron and atomic bombs instead of helping the poor and needy and spreading the message of peace. Today, the need of the hour is to promote a culture of peace through the appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality, with the scientific component being represented by the body and the brain, and the spiritual component being represented by the mind and the soul, together making for the universal scientific laws or principles, Vishwatmak Tattva. Of the many countries on this planet, India is one which has pursued knowledge divine for many thousands of years and has tried to find the ultimate truth, ultimate reality, Almighty God. Many saints, sages, seers, rishis, munis took birth in India and revealed and enunciated the most scientific and spiritual secrets of the universe for the well-being of humanity. Friends, from among learned and wise people that took birth throughout known human history, I found philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar to be a true embodiment of me, knowledge divine. Saint Naneshwar, in a lifespan of only 21 years, revealed my true form before the world through his assertion that the entire universe is pure consciousness and intelligence. Saint Naneshwar was not just a saint in the spiritual sense of the term, but a true philosopher who unfolded some very basic universal principles or secrets and assertively stated that the whole universe was an intelligent and conscious being. My dear friends, it is therefore quite befitting that the world's largest dome, a symbol of knowledge divine and peace, be named after this great philosopher, Saint Shri Naneshwar. This dome, which has taken form near the city of Pune in India, has become a beacon of humanity, universal brotherhood, and peaceful coexistence. Friends, perhaps for the first time in known human history, stand 54 beautiful life-size bronze statues of some of the great saints, scientists, and philosophers in this largest dome dedicated to world peace. They are those who over the years have found recognition as the true makers of world history, and they have assembled here in this wonderful dome like a round table conference to discuss the future of this world. In this 263-foot tall dome of 160 feet diameter stands Lord Gautam Buddha, who performed a deep penance in the pursuit of knowledge divine and enlightenment, which he attained. Standing tall in this dome is Lord Jesus Christ, whose message of love, peace, and compassion guides humanity 2,000 years after his immortal sacrifice. Also present in this dome is Guru Nanak Dev, who preached that knowledge cannot be obtained by speech alone. It can only be obtained with the blessings of the Almighty. This imposing domed structure has the great philosopher Saint Tukaram Maharaj, Mahatma Kabir, Baba Bulle Shah, Adi Shankaracharya, and many more spiritually enlightened souls. It has sparking scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, Sir Michael Faraday, Dr. C.V. Raman, etc. Great philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Swami Vivekanand, and the revered messenger of world peace, Mahatma Gandhi. All these enlightened noble souls have just one message to convey. Only the pursuit of knowledge can lead humanity to an existence of happiness, peace, and contentment. Today, the language of knowledge has undergone a transformation. Today, social media is the carrier of information and knowledge. However, it is sad that even 725 years after the Sanjeevansi of Saint Naneshwar, the message of true knowledge divine and Mother Nature has not been adopted by us. My dear friends, this outstanding, magnificent domed structure is a true laboratory to bring about the harmony of science, spirituality, and philosophy, and conveys the eternal messages from the ancient Indian scriptures like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, and Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, there is only one ultimate truth, Almighty God. Though learned men call it by different names like Ram, Rahim, Jesus, Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, etc. Created in pure white marble, this beautiful structure is the product of the concept, planning and architecture of the great visionary educationist, thinker and philosopher, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, founder of the world-renowned Myers MIT Group of Educational Institutions, Pune, India. An ardent follower of the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, and a profound devotee of two of the greatest philosopher saints, Shri Naneshwar and Tukaram, Dr. Vishwanath Karad has been instrumental in creating some of the most amazing monuments like the embankments on the river Indrayani at Alandi near Pune, the huge multimedia coliseum for mass literacy also at Alandi, the most unique bridge of humanity, Ram Rahim Manavta Setu, the stunning Gautam Buddha Vihar, and Lord Ram Temple in his native village of Rameshwar Rui in the Marathwada region of Maharashtra, the one-of-a-kind music academy in the world, Vishwa Shanti Sangeet Kala Academy, and many more. Dr. Vishwanath Karad's strong belief in the prophetic statement of Swami Vivekananda that the union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind has led him to promote the concept of value-based universal education in the various educational institutions and universities like the MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, the MIT Art Design and Technology University, Rajbagh, established by him for the holistic development of the students and society at large. After this magnificent dome, some leading personalities of India had this to say.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world, which it badly needs today. Professor Karad, you have given so much in the field of education to this state of Maharashtra, to India, but this is your greatest gift that you are leaving behind. They say individuals go, but institutions live. Individuals go, but ideas live. Individuals go, but messages live. This is the greatest message that you have left for us. May I request you to applaud not only him, but all these workers with a thunderous applause.
डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी ने कहा,
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, creator of this edifice, it is only through the union of science and religion correctly interpreted. We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand. Remind us that these are the people who build. 54 people, they say, are representative people. Scientists, religious leaders, social reformers. So we take inspiration from them, and they have carried the world so far. We have a long way to go. And this hall, this monument, will remind us, inspire us that we have a long way to go for the humanity to bring peace on this beautiful planet that has been given to us.
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति महामहिम वेंकैया नायडू ने कहा,
reinforcing the old idea of Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu, Vasudaika Kutumbakam, the entire world is one. That is the philosophy behind this dome. And then why dome? To prevent the doom. I have been to certain parts of the world. We have seen some wonders of the world also. We read about them also. But this will be another wonder of the world, situated in Pune, Maharashtra, in India, that is Bharat. Philosophers and scientists coming together is a great combination. And their thoughts, their ideas, that will really give us what is required for the human beings. भारतीय परंपरा उस सन्मार्ग को दिखाने के लिए इस सुंदर नया आइडिया को डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ करात जी ने निर्माण किया है. इसलिए मैं पूरी देश के ओर से on behalf of the entire country, I would like to compliment and congratulate Dr. Vishwanath for this historic contribution. And I must say that this dome, in all its grandeur, is a true reflection of the vision he held for posterity and his mission in life. He has a mission. The mission is noble. He started all these institutions also with that missionary zeal. Today, Dr. Karat has exhibited the same. For thousands of years to come, this dome is a true endorsement of the Gandhian thought and a manifestation of all the good that comes out of it.
What a joy it is to be in this magnificent structure. I must congratulate Vishwanath ji. He has created a Taj Mahal of education. This is a Taj Mahal of education, the magnificent dome, all the symbolism that has gone into the four Jnana Stambhas and inside. It's quite remarkable.
To remember again that 21st century will be the century of India, my mother India. Not with ego, but with a pride. Friends, remember, he professes further, it will emerge as a knowledge code of the whole world and will show the pathway of harmony and peace to mankind. It will become a Vishwa Guru in the 21st century. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा symbol यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
Friends, the beautiful statue of the goddess of knowledge divine, goddess Saraswati, atop this beautiful dome is also conveying this very message that only the pursuit of knowledge can create a pathway to world peace. Friends, it is high time that all the learned scholars, thinkers, scientists, philosophers, academicians, educationists, heads of universities and others come together and evolve a value-based universal education system which will have an emphasis not just on the development of the brain or intellect, but also on the development of a positive, constructive mindset with the winning personality of individuals who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated human beings for the establishment of a holistic, peace-loving global society. Friends, through this unique monument of miracle, philosopher Saint Shri Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall, World Peace Dome, I would like to appeal to all right-thinking people to realize the message of peace and harmony being delivered by this dome and contribute their mites in creating a peace-loving, holistic, global society.
Shainika, we are ready to go. In another 1 minute, we are going live.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
So please let me know when to start.
Yeah, I will give you a signal and we are going live on the various YouTube channels, on various Facebook channels, plus all on the media. Dr. Abraham Saab, welcoming you. Shraddhanand Sital ji sir, बहुत स्वागत, नमस्कार. Dr. Diana, welcoming you. Vinod ji, बहुत स्वागत. We are going live. Shainika, please start.
In the words of philosopher Saint Sri Naneshwar, may the darkness of ignorance disappear. May the universe see the sun of self-consciousness. A warm good evening to all of you. On behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, I extend a hearty welcome to each one of you to the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. After much deliberation in the first 3 thought-provoking sessions, we proceed towards session 4, which is on the right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The session will start with the virtual arrival of all the dignitaries at the World Peace Dome. I request my technical team to take all of us, of course, virtually to the World Peace Dome. Over to my technical team. Thank you so much. We are completely mesmerized by the grandeur of the World Peace Dome. Before we embark our journey of knowledge, we pray to the Almighty to seek His blessings with the World Peace Prayer, a prayer that is above any caste, creed, or religion. And in MIT World Peace University, it's a tradition to begin any auspicious occasion with the World Peace Prayer. So with closed eyes and folded hands, we'll start with the World Peace Prayer. I request my technical team to start with the World Peace Prayer. Over to my technical team.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि बोधि गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ओम्। ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृध कस्यचिद्धनम्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात्। द्यौः शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षशान्तिः पृथिवी शान्तिः आपशान्तिः औषधयशान्तिः वनस्पतयशान्तिः विश्वेदेवा शान्तिः ब्रह्मशान्तिः सर्वशान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. The concern of the humankind for peace can be assessed by taking into account the fact that all religions, all religious scriptures, and several religious ceremonies are committed to the cause of peace, and all these advocate on elimination of war. Since 1945, the United Nations and its specialized agencies, several international associations and institutions, international peace movements, global and national level human rights movement, and in fact, all members of the international community have been consistently and strongly advocating the need for the preservation and promotion of peace against war. In contemporary times, the most urgent and important international objective has been to preserve, protect, and defend peace. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a milestone document in the history of human rights. On 19 December 2016, the Declaration on the Right to Peace was ratified by the plenary of the United Nations General Assembly. Article 1 of the resolution states that everyone has the right to enjoy peace such that all human rights are promoted and protected, and development is fully realized. We begin today's session with a welcome address by Professor Dr. Anand M. Chakradev, Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT Edith University. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome to 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, Session 4. With session theme, the right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I'm not a great speaker, neither I am a philosopher, but I'm witness of all the development which has happened in last 17, 18 years. I was present for first World Philosophers Meet in 1996. And since then, I have attended almost all the parliaments which took place in MIT group of institutes. Before I go to welcoming the guests, I must talk about the dome which is created at Vishwaraj Bagh because I have witnessed it. I was there when the foundation was laid down. I was there when the piling work was going on. I was there when the construction happened. I'm still there when the entire monument, entire dome is completed as Sri Sant Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall and Library. This is a work which cannot be done in one lifetime. That's what I feel. But there is a person, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, our guru, with participation of ordinary masons, ordinary people, ordinary Mazdoors, a world-class monument is created. I think we must salute him. It's not a monument, it's not a structure. It's a message. As rightly said by Dr. Mashelkar, it's the biggest gift to the mankind by Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. As said by Karan Singh, Dr. Karan Singh, it's Taj Mahal of education. I'm sure you must have seen the video clip or probably the video clip will be relayed again after my welcome address. But it's clearly a message of union of science and religion. It's clearly a symbol of peace, humanity, empathy, love. It's the biggest idea or is the biggest message by itself for the right to peace. We talk about various rights. We talk about right to breathe clean air, to drink clean water, to survive without classes, to survive without wars, to have good education, to have better living, to have better quality environment. I think more than that, or to sum up, there can be only one right or two rights, I would say. One is right to peace, which includes all the rights mentioned by everyone on this earth. So right to peace is one. And second is right to have good, sustainable life. So if all the governments of all the countries in the world align themselves towards these two rights, I think we'll have better life. This world, this earth will be a better place to live. We have eminent guests today. We have 5 speakers today. Our own Honorable Mr. Dhirat Singh, Director Media and Journalism. Honorable Mr. Vinod Subramanian, Global Marketing Reader, Media Effectiveness and Agency Management. He is from United Kingdom. Honorable Shraddhananda Seetalji, Chairman GHRD, Global Human Rights Defense, The Hague, South Holland, Netherlands. We have 2 more speakers, Dada Gunamuktanand, meditation teacher and Ananda Marga from New York, USA. And we have 1 more eminent speaker, Dr. Diana Coleman, Professor, Department of Comparative Cultural Studies, Northern Arizona University, Arizona, United States. After these speakers, of course, we'll have a presidential address by our own Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. On behalf of the entire management, trustees, and the management of MIT World Peace University and the organizers of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I welcome all the speakers. I hope there will be a good deliberation and there will be a good value addition and some takeaways from this entire session. So all the best, my best wishes, and I welcome all the speakers, and over to you for the further proceedings. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of the session. The World Peace Dome, conceptualized, designed, planned, and created under the guidance and supervision of visionary educationist and proponent of peace, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Koratsa, this World Peace Monument is dedicated to public to be the center of wisdom, knowledge dissemination, and social transformation. The World Peace Dome practices the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, a global village. On that note, I shall request my technical team to play the short film on philosopher Saint Sri Naneshwar, World Peace Prayer Hall, and World Peace Library, the World Peace Dome. Over to my technical team.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, to me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
तक सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होगा।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you to my technical team, and thank you, sir, for gifting this monument to the society, to mankind. This is indeed such a sight to behold, with having like all the luminaries on the digital dais. And of course, we can't miss out on this opportunity. So I request my technical team to capture this moment for a lifetime. And I request all the panel members to put on their video with a beautiful smile on the face to capture this moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. The theme of this session is the right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Before starting with today's deliberation, I shall request my technical team to relay the session video. Over to my technical team.
The right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Peace-building institutions, NGOs, and government organizations provide grants, fellowships, education, and publications to deepen understanding of the critical role of human rights protection in preventing and managing violence. As the peace-building institutions global team works with governments, civil society, and faith leaders, women, and the youth to prevent and reduce violent conflict, we are guided above all by the belief that every person in every place deserves the opportunity to live in peace.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Mr. Dhirat Singh. Mr. Dhirat Singh is a director of MIT World Peace University's School of Media and Journalism and the Idea Lab, a unique hub of communication, innovation, and design. He has a vast experience in strategic communication and media across different platforms, which include the print, TV, digital, film, and branding. His expertise also extends to digital communication and formulating strategies for institutions, advocacy groups, legislative and policy think tanks, and at innovating fresh and creative modes of outreach. Before this, he was a co-founder of Hunar TV, an arts and culture web channel that aimed to make the arts the talking point of a wider audience. He has recently authored 2 books, one on translated poetry and the other a biography. Till August 2016, Mr. Dhirat Singh was Executive Director Programs at Lok Sabha Television. He was in charge of creating programs, shows, and documentaries with an aim of bringing the parliament closer to the public. Many programs conceptualized and created during his time at Lok Sabha TV went on to win prestigious media awards, such as the Ramnath Goenka Award, the Ladli Media Award, amongst others. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Dhirat Singh. Sir, I request you to set the tone of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Janika ji. Namaskar, and thank you for that lovely, lovely introduction. I am extremely honored to be speaking in this August assembly of thinkers, doers, and visionaries on the idea of peace and human rights and how the two are interdependent. The World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy is indeed a unique platform for exactly these kind of deliberations. And for this, we are all greatly indebted to the revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath B. Karad, whose singular vision for a peaceful and equitable world has brought to life this global platform across time zones and international boundaries. We are also deeply indebted to Sri Rahul V. Karad, who has, with great passion and tenacity, nurtured this amazing legacy through the MIT World Peace University. Also, the great scientists and visionaries, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar and Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, whose valuable insights and experience have shaped this forum. And of course, the efforts of our acting Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, and Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Milind Pandey, and the entire organizing committee. I'm indeed very pleased to be opening this session on the third day of the World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, and sharing space with an awesome cast of speakers that include Shri Shraddhanand Seetal, Chairman, Global Human Rights Defense, that is headquartered in The Hague, Netherlands, Dada Gunmuktanand, a highly evolved meditation teacher who's joining us from New York, Dr. Diana R. Coleman, Professor of Comparative Cultures at North Arizona University, and Shri Vinod Subramanian, who is a renowned global marketing leader joining us from London. Ladies and gentlemen, being as I was part of the Indian Parliament's own TV channel, I have watched with great fascination the beautifully carved and canopied chair of the Honorable Speaker of the House, the Lok Sabha. It is an amazing piece of work, craftsmanship, and thought. But what fascinated me most about it was a verse written on top of this beautiful chair. In my mind, it is the most magnificent and profound verse for a place where laws are made. The verse simply says, Dharma Chakra Parivartanaya. Those among us who understand an Indian language would be familiar with these words. They have in them the essence of the Buddha's main message, that the wheel of dharma turns. Dharma, as many of us know, means different things. If I were to use today's language, dharma would be the supreme algorithm, the one that has been running on its own since the beginning of time, with its own mysterious logic and outcomes. In Gautam Buddha's eyes, the world was in its essence an algorithm that was turning and changing, evolving and improving with new learning. And this supreme algorithm caused all humans, all creatures, mountains, valleys, oceans, and even galaxies to turn like the wheel, or go through a process of change and regeneration. What is the point, you may think, of having this idea of impermanence emblazoned on the chair of the leader of the world's largest democracy? In my humble view, the point of Dharma Chakra Parivartanaya is absolutely clear and explicit. It is to instill in those elected by the people the message of the turning wheel, that all power, all influence is impermanent, and that it will eventually change hands, and that the wheel that has placed them in the August House will also one day show them the door. That, in my view, is the beautiful thought, because it urges lawmakers to use the power vested in them for the larger good. I can think of no other legislative body in the world that has such a magnificent and profound reminder to its members. Of course, this short and profound message on the speaker's chair is often forgotten, or worse, ignored. When lawmakers begin to believe that they are the law, when they assume that the faith entrusted by the people in their ability to change things has given them a license to do as they please, it is then that the profound impact of these three words, Dharma Chakra Parivartanaya, is lost. The fact that Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar became the father of the Constitution paved the way for a book of laws that was inclusive. That was sensitive to the rights of people who had for thousands of years been willfully invisibilized. It was a constitution which ensured that despite the massive and mind-boggling diversity of language, food, customs, and belief systems, some of which even older than time, India, that is Bharat, succeeded in leading the way in defining human rights for the world, whose constitution aimed at providing justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, not just to some or most, or even a few chosen ones, but to all its citizens. The Indian Constitution and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights were almost concurrent documents, both aimed at giving those who had for centuries been denied rights and recognition as citizens, as fellow travelers on the planet. The wheel of Dharma has once again brought us into an unexpected turn in our nation's history. A place in time where much of our old wisdom has been wiped clean and repurposed into newer, WhatsApp-enabled narratives of hate and division. When we are being told to look at people through the prism of religion and religion alone. When legislations are being systematically used to normalize apathy and stigmatize the other. It is a different kind of India that has reduced Mahatma Gandhi's vision to just a pair of spectacles. Dear friends, our charters of human rights are only as good as their implementation, both in letter and spirit. Without the will and action of governments, they are just words on paper, like New Year resolutions. A few months before the pandemic broke our highest lawmaking body, yes, the same whose Speaker's chair says Dharma Chakra Parivartanaya, enacted laws of citizenship that virtually make it impossible for people of a certain religion to enter our land. Never before has India or Bharat blacklisted people for seeking refuge simply because they were from a certain religion. Can the land that has for thousands of years believed in the tradition of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, legislate laws that go against its core values? Our sages expressed this brilliant idea way before the UN, or even the colonialists who are now being seen as bringers of the earliest form of globalization. With the new citizenship laws, the ancient, eternal, and Sanatan Bharat decided to shut its doors on people such as the Rohingyas, primarily because they belonged to a particular religion. It did not matter that they were facing serious human rights violations in their home country. The new citizenship law even went against Articles 13 and 14 of the Declaration of Human Rights that gives everyone the right to seek asylum in another country in order to escape brutal persecution in their own. The right to peace, the right to seek refuge in the face of persecution is an inalienable part of human rights. Yet, it was taken away by the House whose speaker's chair carries the golden words, Dharma Chakra Parivartanaya. The wheel of Dharma has indeed turned for the worse. Our civilizational edge of being a world guru, a beacon of hope for people around the world, who looked at India as a champion of civil rights that inspired people like Dr. Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, the Dalai Lama, among numerous others, has been dealt a blow. Human rights and peace have a close cause and effect relationship. If you take away one, it almost always leads to the very existence of the other being threatened. Let us hope that a profound message on the speaker's chair is amplified to many, many more people, especially to those who are the custodians of our great nation today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for setting the context of the session so well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my honor to welcome Mr. Vinod Subramanian ji, the global marketing leader, media effectiveness and agency management procurement leader, London area, United Kingdom. He is an integrated marketing communications leader, coupled with a deep commercial expertise. He comes with experience working across multiple markets, cultures, and leading high-performance teams. He is now a director in Didi, a global leader in the mobility space. He was heading the marketing procurement at Hawaii Technologies, a leader in the telecom technology space globally. He also leads the agency management and is responsible for building and managing the relationship with key agencies across media, advertising, digital, technology, production, retail, and forging a true partnership. His area of specialties include integrated marketing, brand strategy, media communications planning, marketing procurement, negotiation, pricing, agency management, global team management, event management, contract management, change management, category strategy, contracts and compliance, and of course, media audits. With a big, big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Vinod Subramanian ji. So we are eagerly waiting to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, my respects to the visionary, the founder of the MIT Group of Institutions, Dr. Vishwanath Dhirat, who is also the president of the World Parliament, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Marshall Kurji, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Bhatkar, and Sri Rahul Karad. The World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy is a one-of-a-kind event. Over the last 3 days, I've been following some of the sessions, and I have been absolutely amazed with the kind of speakers, and just listening and sort of learning from them really inspires me a lot. I'm also totally amazed how you managed to do this, and this only demonstrates your commitment to promoting world peace through this unique event. I come from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and it is only fitting that I start off by quoting a legendary philosopher, a poet from Tamil Nadu, who said 3,000 years ago, his name was Kaniyan Pungundranar, and he wrote the Purananuru, and he said, Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir. It means that every single town in the world belongs to me, and everyone is my kith and kin. And he said this 3,000 years ago. Kaniyan Pungundranar rejected any forms of separation and emphasized on universality. Look at his thought. Somebody from a small village panchayat in Mahibalanpatti in Sivaganga district in Tamil Nadu said this 3,000 years ago. In fact, I would like to now tell you about 4 lines from the Purananuru, which Kaniyan Pungundranar said. And it says, Yadum ure yavarum kelir, Tidum nandrum pirartara vara, means that all the good things, the life's good things, does not come from others, nor from others' gifts, or nor from anyone's ill. It says, Nodalum tanidalum, avatroranna, the pain and the pain's relief are all from within. Sadalum puduvade, andre vardal. Death is no new thing, nor our bosom's thrill. In fact, to me, Kaniyan Pungundranar articulated the idea of the United Nations 3,000 years ago. And such was his profundity that the words Yadum ure yavarum kelir is inscribed on the walls of the United Nations organization even today. Again, in the 3rd century BC, in India, my motherland, Ashoka the Great, he promoted the principles of Dhamma in his empire. And this set the ideal social behavior for promoting peace and enabling prosperity in the kingdom. In fact, if you look at Ashoka's Dhamma and the principles, it is all about everyone living in peace and harmony. It was about non-violence, it was about ahimsa, and how people should be tolerant and display respect amongst sort of each other. Come closer to the 20th century, and we all know that the United Nations organization on the 10th of December, 1948, announced the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was a set of 30 rights and freedom, and that belonged to every one of us. Lady Roosevelt, Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, the former First Lady of the United States, she was the chair which drafted the UDHR back in 1948. And when this was done, she referred to this as a Magna Carta for mankind. It was in 1958, if I'm right, during the 10th anniversary of the UDHR, Eleanor Roosevelt gave a speech in the UN. And the topic of the speech was, where do human rights begin? And I quote, where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, closer to home, so close that they cannot be seen in any map in the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college that he attends, the factory, the farm, or the office where he works. Such are the places where every man, every woman, and every child seek equal justice, equal opportunity, and equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have a meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere else. Without concerted citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world, end quote. Now, if you look at the remarkable similarity at a deeper level between what Kaniyan Pungundranar said, what Ashoka said, Ashoka the Great said, and what Lady Eleanor Roosevelt said, they are all promoting the message of peace. And peace is a fundamental right. And all of these people were visionaries. And exactly 25 years ago, a visionary amongst us, Dr. Karad, established the World Peace Center. It is such an important, and the World Peace Dome, the dome is just a message. It's just a vehicle to promote world peace and universality. If you look at around us, the world around us, we live in an extremely fragile ecosystem. There is very little balance, and there are tensions all over the world. I do not want to name any country, but what I believe is holding this world together It's the balance, it's the union of science, religion, and philosophy. Take any country where there are tensions currently, and you will notice one of these is fractured. Unless all of this comes together and it is in unison, there will not be peace in this world. And it is our responsibility, the responsibility of each and every one of us to ensure peace, and it is no one else's. Again, whilst closing, I am reminded of what the great, the beloved former president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said. And he said this at the 50th anniversary of the European Parliament, where he said, and I quote, "Where there is righteousness in the heart, where there is righteousness in the heart," look at his words, so carefully crafted, "there is beauty in the character. There is beauty in the character. Where there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. Where there is harmony in the home, there is order in the nation. And where there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world." Every single person at every point of time has promoted, all these visionaries have promoted the culture of peace from 3rd century BC all the way till the 21st century. And it is more important, the World Peace, the Parliament and the World Peace Dome and the World Peace Center are more important and more relevant in today's context. And let us all take the responsibility, not put it on anyone else. It begins with each and every one of us, with me, with you, and every one of the thousands of people attending and watching this program live. So thank you very much. And God bless you all. Yalla Pugarum Iraivanakku. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that engrossing speech. Now, may I please request Professor Dr. T.J. Vidyasagar, Coordinator, Executive MBA, School of Management, PG, MIT World Peace University, for expression of gratitude to Mr. Vinod Subramanian ji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Chainika Basu ma'am. A very good evening to all. Namaskaram to all. It's indeed a pleasure to express my gratitude. I'm from School of Management, PG. Would like to thank first the founder president, UNESCO chair, Professor Dr. Vinod Karat ji, and Professor Rahul Karat sir, executive president, honorable vice chancellor, Ravi Kumar Chitnis sir, other family members of MIT. It's indeed a pleasure to listen to such kind of a wonderful personality, Mr. Vinod Subramanian. Sir, you talked about the scholars and the philosophers predicted 3,000 years back how the world leads itself with peace and harmony. You have given wonderful examples of Eleanor Roosevelt on human rights, peace and harmony. That's wonderful to listen to you, sir. It's really cherishing and a wonderful experience for all the students of MIT World Peace University to update themselves in the field of spiritualism, human rights, and on philosophy. Thank you so much from all of us from MIT. Thank you once again. Over to Chainika Basu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have amongst us Mr. Shraddhanand Sheetalji, Chairman of Global Human Rights Defense, The Hague, South Holland, Netherlands. Global Human Rights Defense promotes and advocates human rights for minorities and marginalized groups who are often the subject of violations and abuses. The mission of it is to actively promote and protect the human rights of these minorities and marginalized groups who are excluded by the local authorities and therefore miss the global attention. The GHRD attempts to enhance the socio-economic empowerment of these minorities and marginalized groups by educating, advocating, and influencing the legal position. The GHRD monitors the human rights violations and utilizes the collected information to advocate and influence the change in the society using global platform. Its actions and support help in policymaking and educating the different stakeholders in order to abate the human rights violations incidents. The GHRD envisions a world where the rights of all minorities and marginalized groups are respected and upheld in accordance with national and international laws, treaties, and agreements. He has been bestowed with several awards like the Jan Mitra Award, the Surya Datta National Award for Global Peace Publications. The GHRD granted the special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations to him in the year 2003. He is also the director and producer of movies like Sold, Child Trafficking, Nepal to India, Life in Darkness, Pakistan Minorities, Daily Crucifixion, Christian Minorities in Pakistan, and Life Kajal Bhil Case Protection of Minority Children, Forced Marriages in Pakistan. With a big, big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Shraddhanand Sheetalji.
Namaskar. Namaskar, greetings from the city of peace and justice to the city Pune, the biggest world peace dome in the world. And it's a pleasure for me and an honor to be on this platform. And my special regard to Professor Dr. Kararji and Rahul Kararji and the whole staff of MIT. Yes, indeed, I think we have this started with the declaration of the United Nations. And in fact, it was a declaration, not a treaty. And it doesn't have direct legal obligation for countries. It's only have a clear bench for universal human rights standards that must be implemented on country-wise. And unfortunately, we see that it's human right becomes more economic trademark. And I'm very pleased about that, to see that countries like in India and other parts in Asia are also more actively setting up platforms for human rights centers. Let's be clear that the human right is not an octroi for the West. The West always have this pretend to promote this, that they are the peace builders of the world. And we know that for sure, that it's just when it comes on their own benefits. And we see that countries that are not active on the human rights platform seems that they don't have any value, they don't pretend to have human rights standards, but that's not true. And it's frustrating us in the human rights work that we see that human rights is being used as a trade. For one example, that is very frustrating for us, that time when China invaded Tibet, some Western countries were very silent because they thought it is a big market for us opening in China. We can do business in China. And we just sacrifice a country. And if you compare it to the invasion of Kuwait, where Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, then the whole world was in power to free Kuwait because there was oil, there was money. And what we see that we have to stop pretending that the Western countries who have these institutions like Geneva, in the US, the UN stuff, it's time that we will have institutions like this also in Asia and Africa. It's stupid to say that only peace talks can be held in the West. It's time that's why we are very, very much enthusiastic about the setup of the peace dome, because it can be the center of the Asian part of the counterpart of the building of this center in a peace talks and
and bringing peace, educating people about peace. And we always have this discussion that don't think that what we think that is peace is not existing in the other part of the world, especially when they don't know the history of. We said that King Ashoka was the first one who had the first declaration on human rights, long before the West was talking about human rights. So there is so many information that we need to share. And we always believe that human right is a universal right, and it can be only executed when people understand the value. And as we have seen, very, very, very frustrating that if you see the human rights violation in the neighbor countries, let me say by name, I in Pakistan, where the minority just came from 45% to 3.5%. And if you see on the human rights bodies where the UN is talking about it, it's very what the right word to say is that we need a counterpart who can put this kind of agenda on the international platform, and we need centers to set up in as we have now in India, but also in Singapore, in Africa, where we can speak on equal level on human rights issues. If you look at we are a member of the ECOSOC, means that we are part of the UN, but I feel that the UN is failed in a lot of peace building efforts. Recently, when you look at what has happened with the Yazidis, in the bringing peace and democracy in countries and leaving the country half unbuilt, you create a platform for fundamentalism, and then the genocide against the Yazidis is what we see is that human rights is only when we start looking at it as a benchmark and not as a economic benefit. You will never see any human rights report on Saudi Arabia, even not in the US. But is there no human rights violation in Saudi Arabia? Yes, there is. If you are talking about the genocide of the indigenous people in South and North America, where there is still not any recognition of the genocide of these millions of indigenous people that is being vanished in North America. So when we talk about human rights, it's always about countries that don't have the rights. If you look at the International Criminal Court in the Netherlands, then most of the people who brought to justice were African countries. Are we saying that the other countries don't have committed human rights violation? So it's time that we are looking at human rights not as a business, that powerful country will decide who have human rights, who don't have human rights. So it's for us very important that we have such a balanced centers in the world, and that we hope that the UN will set up their own systems, also a center in Asia, I hope in India or Singapore, but we need this kind of what we call global representation of the UN, not in only two countries that represent the UN. Coming back to the World Peace Dome, we would like to promote it as a center that can develop new values, not new values, but the values that can bring the world together. Peace is very important. And also what I really appreciate from the Peace Dome and from the MIT, that they are also starting not only peace, but peace conflict. Peace conflict is very important, that we try to understand each other and talk to each other instead of going and taking weapons. So dialogue is very important. And that is in the history of India, we can look at Mahatma Gandhi, was one of the main things. You keep talking with your enemy, try to convince them, try to make it happen. And when there is no any outrage, then we have different way to convince them. But I think the most important thing is that the Peace Dome bring peace, justice, awareness, respect, and cultural, and as we all want in the world peace in this life. And I hope that the new generation will take it further, because in my opinion, the fourth generation, we are leaving the world in a very, very distressed situation. The economic situation, the worldwide global warming that is coming up, and then also the conflict that is continue. If you look at now, since 1948, I think there are more small war going on. More people have been killed. More people have lost their houses. We have spent a lot of money in development aid. With that money, we could build whole world again. But the thing is, we are not taking it seriously, and we are just looking at partnership. And my recent concern is what you see is that you are talking the 1948. It started with the genocide of the Jewish people in Germany, where the concentration camp. We all know that there are concentration camps now in China, where Tibetans are there, the Uyghurs are there, and we are just accepting that. So from 1948, we are just coming back to 1948 again. Means that there is no development happened, because there is country who are in the UN who can say I'm against any treaty, and it's not happening. So there is what we need to change. That if the UN wants to the UN wants to present themselves as an international human rights body, then I think they have to stop that 5 countries can say yes or no to any treaty that people want to respect and want to protect their humans. So my concern is that we are having done a lot of events, and a lot of institutions has been set up, but I really appreciate the effort that has been done with the MIT Pune, with the Peace Dome, and we're going to support it. And I think it's time that there is a counterpart in the world that will bring peace and justice more practical than only with words. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that thought-provoking speech. Now I shall request Professor Aparna Dixit, Professor and Head of School of Management, PG, MIT World Peace University, for expression of gratitude to Mr. Shraddhanand Sheetalji. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chainika. Respected Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, UNESCO Chairholder and Founder President of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. Mr. Rahul V. Karad, Executive President of MIT World Peace University. All the eminent dignitaries, scholars, philosophers, and thinkers who are connected on this virtual platform today from all over the world for this 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, and all the other attendees of this session. It gives me an immense pleasure to express my sincere gratitude towards today's eminent speaker for this session, Honorable Mr. Shraddhanand Sheetalji, Chairman, Global Human Rights Defense, The Hague, South Holland, Netherlands. Sir, you have very rightly spoke that the human rights are the universal rights, and you have also shown us the very true and real side of this area called human rights by quoting several simple and very, very wonderful examples of various countries across the globe. On behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, and the entire organizing committee, I thank you from bottom of my heart for sparing your valuable time and also sharing your learned thoughts and opinion with all of us. Thank you once again. Over to Dr. Chainika.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the privilege to have amongst us Dada Guna Muktanandji, who is also known as the Monk Dude. He was born in New Zealand. When he was studying in medical school, he changed his mind and decided to devote himself to spiritual life and become a yogi. He took training in meditation, yoga, and natural health sciences in Australia, the Philippines, as well as in India. He has lectured on meditation in New Zealand, Europe, Australia, the Middle East, and TEDx. Dada Gunamuktanand trained in meditation, yoga, and philosophy and natural sciences. He is a qualified meditation teacher of Anand Marg since 1995 and has taught meditation all over the world. He has also been the founding coordinator of the PR Sarkar Institute since 2015. He practices and teaches the lifestyle and philosophy taught by his guru, Sri Sri Anand Murthy Ji, the system of life known as yoga or tantra, the core practice of which is meditation. Dada Gunamuktanand Ji talks about the exploration of inner space and how our own consciousness is eventually connected to our discovery of outer space. It can be accomplished through spiritual practice like meditation on daily basis. He says that meditation makes the whole world a smaller place where everybody is connected to each other. With a big, big round of applause, please welcome Dada Gunamuktanand Ji. Sir, we are eagerly waiting to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. I greet the divinity within you all with all my mind and all my heart. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you to Professor Dr. Karaji of MIT World Peace University, the Governing Council, all the organizers of this auspicious event, and my fellow speakers. When I first received the invitation to participate, I read in that invitation, "There is more to achieving peace than laying down weapons. True peace requires standing up for the human rights of the world's people. Let us stand up for human rights for all in the name of peace for all." I wholeheartedly agree with the statement, and I would like to expand on it with some of my own thoughts, particularly the concept of standing up for what is right. Firstly, the primary requirement for peace, in my opinion, whether it be internal peace or peace in the world, is love. With love in one's heart, one will have a peaceful heart, and with a loving and peaceful heart, one will naturally feel to extend one's internal love and peace to all others. That means all people, regardless of race, religion, or any other division, and not only all people, but all creatures too. And not only all people, animals, and plants on our own planet, but those throughout the entire universe. True love is universal love, universalism. And the philosophy of elevating humanism to universalism has been termed neo-humanism by my beloved Gurudev Sri Sri Anandamurti Ji. Now, standing up for what is right means to be proactive in protecting the rights of others, to be proactive in safeguarding peace. And if done with love in one's heart, without anger or hatred, and with the right intention, this is nothing less than an expression of dharma, of righteousness. Take the principle of ahimsa, for example. Ahimsa, the first principle of Dhamma Niyama. The real meaning of ahimsa is not pacifism. It does not mean that one should never use force. It means that one should endeavor to maintain the least harm in any given situation. But if there is a bully disturbing the peace, we are obliged by Dharma to oppose that bully, with force if necessary. If not, the disturbance of the peace is a greater harm. So ahimsa means the use of force if it is necessary for maintaining peace, Without the use of force, we cannot live. It is normal that we apply force in our everyday lives to make life better. The use of force is necessary in individual as well as collective life, and a well-knit human society free from social injustice cannot be attained without it, because there will always be forces opposed to peace. This is just the way of the universe. Take the case of Indian independence, for example. It is true that Gandhiji awakened mass consciousness in the people, and credit to him for that. It was Netaji, however, the great freedom fighter Subhash Chandra Bose, who channelized that mass consciousness into forcing the hands of the British and compelling them to leave India. And he did this at great personal sacrifice with no other motive than the liberation of the people of India. So India's freedom was brought about by dharmic fight, proactivity, not passivism. And the case could even be made that this fight for Indian independence was also a catalyst for bringing down colonialism all around the world. Of course, the political exploitation of colonialism was subsequently replaced by the economic exploitation of global capitalism, but that's another subject that obviously I won't go into now. As an aside, it may interest you that Anandamurti Ji demonstrated on several occasions that Netaji had not died in a plane crash in Taiwan in 1945, as had been widely reported, but had devoted himself to spiritual practice, meditating in a cave in Tibet, and that he subsequently attained Nirvikalpa Samadhi and left his body some years later. If anybody would like more details on this, you can contact me and I'll furnish you with more details. So, as we can see, the truth may be very different to the history, and increasingly more so today. Of course, we're all very much aware now that the truth may be very different to what goes around on various social media platforms. What we think we know as human beings is not necessarily the reality. We have to use our intelligence and conscience to discern it. The current world situation gives us only black peace at best. If we are to attain white peace, pure peace, we will have to do more than what we are doing now on the world stage. We will have to research more, we will have to be more discerning, we will have to get to the bottom of each and every force that may be disturbing the peace, and we will have to fight against those forces, within and without. We will have to fight against smallness and selfishness within ourselves, and we will have to fight against oppression and exploitation in the world, whether that be the rampant greed of corporate capitalism or other oppressive and exploitative structures like the caste system. Only then can we attain true peace. A peace based on love, not compromise. Progress is always achieved through struggle, and peace through fight, in our individual life and also in our collective life. So, passivity is not enough. We need to be proactive towards true peace, and that means fighting the forces of greed, oppression, and exploitation through universal love, right intention, and appropriate action. This is the true Dharma. So, in agreement with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, certainly all people deserve the same rights of freedom, justice, and peace. This should not have needed to be written into a Declaration of Human Rights. It should be a given. As human beings, of course, we're coming ever more so to the realization that to the universal truth that we are all equal as human beings on this planet. Not only human beings, but each and every creature is on a journey towards self-realization, towards God realization. And as such, we are all brothers and sisters on the same path. It's just that we're at different stages on that path. So wherever we are on that path, regardless of wherever we are on that path, we should all have equal rights, and our dignity and freedom and right to peace should be protected. So I've pretty much said all that I wanted to say. I know we still have 3 minutes remaining. Maybe I can just add, just to finish, I noticed that one of my previous fellow speakers mentioned the Rohingya people. Anandamaga has a disaster relief team called the Anandamaga Universal Relief Team, and we have been providing shelter and support for the Rohingya people in Bangladesh. So that's just one of the ways in which Anandamaga, or more specifically Anandamaga Universal Relief Team, AMERT, helps to uphold the rights of people around the world. But there are many ways in which we can do this. So I believe that, in conclusion, I believe that, yes, it's true, we have to uphold the human rights of others, but this is a proactive process. We have to, and it's not only a proactive process, but it requires fight, it requires confrontation. We have to confront the bully in the room, whoever that may be around the world. Whichever force is disturbing peace, disturbing the rights of others, we must confront that force, tackle it head on, and only then can we attain true peace in the world. I thank you so much for inviting me to this auspicious event, and I wish you all the greatest of success in fighting for human rights around the world. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So indeed, so true. The day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will definitely know peace. Now I shall request Dr. Moumita Sharma, Area Chair, HR, School of Management, PG, MIT World Peace University, for the expression of gratitude to Dada Gunamuktanandji. Over to you, madam.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Chayanika, madam. I am very honored to get this opportunity to express my gratitude towards Dada Gunamuktanandji, an esteemed yoga teacher who has practiced and taught meditation as a way of life all throughout the world. On behalf of the founder father of MIT Group of Institutions, Revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, founder and chief initiator of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, School of Governance, and executive president of MIT WPU, Shri Rahul Karad sir, and the entire organizing committee of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, I express my sincere gratitude to Dadaji for his enlightening words on the right to peace for everyone. You have given us great insights about creating internal peace, which will ultimately lead to world peace and universal love. Also, standing up for what is right by being proactive and practicing dharma and ahimsa are important takeaways for the youth of today to create a better future for themselves. We are really grateful to you, Dada, for taking out time to share your valuable thoughts with all the people present here. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Over to you, Chayanika, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Please allow me to welcome Dr. Deanna R. Coleman, Professor, Department of Comparative Cultural Studies, Northern Arizona University, Flagstaff, Arizona, United States. Dr. Tiana Coleman earned her PhD in Religious Studies from Arizona State University in 2018. A scholar of Islam in global context with an emphasis on contemporary Islam and training in post-Holocaust ethics, her research reflects a multidisciplinary expertise in religion and conflict to her work on militarism. Her recent publications include The Amun Temple of Empire in the New Caribbean Studies Anthology and of American Empire, and an invited article for special issue of Cultural Dynamics, which examines the militarized response to climate change and migration. Her article in Sargasso, a journal of Caribbean literature, language, and culture, considers how memory and witnessing inform notions of possible futures of Guantanamo Bay. Dr. Coleman's current manuscript on meaning, making practices, and the ideological use of military and prisoner bodies at bay is under revision. With a big, big round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Deanna R. Coleman.
Greetings and utmost gratitude for the kind invitation to participate in such a meaningful international event. I understand that thousands of young people are registered for this parliament, and they are to be commended for turning their attention to the most important issues of our time, issues that their generation will inherit. I see possibilities for new futures, but with the recognition that there are grave interwoven challenges ahead for their generation. We begin with a declaration, a document situated within an ideal that is aspirational, not realized. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights sets out in clear and unambiguous language the intrinsic worth of every human being. Written and adopted by the UN General Assembly in December of 1948, it is the most translated document in the world today. There are critiques made about the individualistic focus of the document by societies with a more communitarian ethos, but that is not my focus today. Instead, I want to take the language used at its word and in its spirit. There are key aspects I would like to bring into conversation with my own work and think through with particular cases that exemplify the deep divides between the ideals as expressed in language, and actual human experiences. And as we know, these rights are bound up in one another, and the refusal to acknowledge one right is often linked to the abuse of the other intrinsic rights to be fully human. And that is the gist of the problem. We must begin with that category of human, who is defined as fully human by those navigating or steering around the spirit and body of this document and the treaties and human rights laws it has inspired, the core human rights instruments. My research makes it uncomfortably clear that my own country, which took great pride in the adoption of the document in 1948, and so often champions the ideals of human rights within the claim of American exceptionalism, has veered far from the tenets laid out, especially regarding humans who inhabit specific religious and ethnic bodies in the 2 decades since 9/11. A conservative estimate is that more than 900,000 have died directly as a result. Others think it could be 2 to 3 times that many when one counts the reverberating impact of war. And that does not include the survivors of war, those maimed, displaced, imprisoned, disappeared, or grieving. The 20 years of war have cost all of that and $8 trillion. Also a conservative estimate. Brown University Watson Institute's Cost of War project is an invaluable resource for students interested in learning more or professors learning about teaching more on the global war on terror. Article 2 emphasizes there should be no distinction as to religion or how that religion is situated within a particular body, race, language, class, or belonging. But this was not the case for the boys, teenagers, and men caught up in these war campaigns. Each of them was suspect exactly because of the racialized Muslim body that they inhabited or were believed to inhabit. Murat Kurnaz was born and grew up in Bremen, Germany, but he was not a German citizen. As a child of Turkish guest workers, he was not automatically eligible for citizenship. His parents were permanent resident aliens, guest workers. So Murat was born into that category as well. In 1982, when he was born, Germany, unlike much of the rest of Europe, still had the blood principle of nationality. The law changed in 2000, but Murat had not yet applied through the new process. The long and complex process towards German citizenship favors ethnicity and familial relations. Murat was Turkish in the sense of his ancestry and passport, but he hadn't grown up in Turkey. Murat was captured and sold to the United States for $3,000 during a trip. What does it mean to issue a broadly worded bounty to purchase human beings who fit religious and ethnic markers? Article 7 grants protections from discrimination and incitement to discrimination, but weren't these bounties incitement, of course, to discrimination? Murat understands it this way. I only discovered later that the Americans had paid for us as if we were slaves. This is how he understood the idea that his body was sold into imprisonment. Murat became prisoner ISN 61. He was held at Guantanamo from February 15th, 2002 until August 24th, 2006, 4.5 years of a young person's life. Imprisoned without charge by the United States in a prison camp on a US military base in Cuba. He was not quite Turkish and not quite German. And for a long time, this meant that neither government advocated for him. Murat would not be released until after Angela Merkel took office and met one-on-one with then President George Bush. Only then did the US agree to transfer Murat back to Germany. No charges were ever filed against him. And yet on the flight back, returning him to Germany, he was shackled, blindfolded, muzzled, his ears covered with noise-canceling earmuffs, subjected to near total sensory deprivation. He was also refused food, water, and use of the toilet during the flight. Article 5, no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. I have 10 to 12 minutes. I could talk to you for a year without taking a breath, and I would not begin to cover the cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment and torture that has been meted out to Muslim boys, teenagers, and men in the past 2 decades under the auspices of the global war on terror. I hesitate to address punishment, though Article 5 specifically does, because there has been so little due process. Punishment indicates that someone has been charged, prosecuted, found guilty through due process, and sentenced to a fixed time or range of time in detainment. But this has not been the model used. And when I mention these overwhelmingly young male bodies, remember that they have mothers, sisters, wives, daughters, fathers, brothers, and sons who suffered cruelly in their absence, because of their absence. Lakhdar Bumubien and Mustafa Ait Ider were living in Bosnia in 2001. Bumubien was a Bosnian citizen employed by the Red Crescent in Sarajevo. He was the director of humanitarian aid, and he worked on behalf of children who had lost family members during the Balkan conflicts. They were arrested and accused of plotting a bomb. They were cleared by the Bosnian authorities after a months-long investigation. And though they were cleared by the authorities in the country in which they were citizens, the United States demanded that they be turned over to US authorities. They were flown to Guantanamo. Lakhdar and others eventually brought a US Supreme Court case, Bumubien versus Bush, in which he prevailed in securing a habeas corpus rights for detainees at Guantanamo The federal court ordered them both released for lack of evidence. Lakhdar and Mustafa were both tortured during their time in US detainment. Mustafa suffered a stroke during one beating and they both spent over 7 years in US captivity. And yet, Article 6 expresses the right to recognition everywhere before the law. Article 8, everyone has the right to effective remedy. Article 9, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. And here we begin to truly understand the interwoven nature of these articles. One more, Sean Baker. Sean Baker served in the first US Gulf War. He was a member of the US Air Force. After 9/11, he joined the National Guard in his home state of Kentucky. He held the rank of US Army Specialist. He was deployed to Guantanamo as a guard, a prison guard, to guard the worst of the worst, as Guantanamo prisoners were so often deemed, however untrue that claim has proven to be. In January 2003, when the prison had been open about a year, he was asked to volunteer for a training drill. In this drill, he would play the part of a recalcitrant prisoner. He was told to put on an orange prison jumpsuit and to resist when the IRF, the Immediate Reaction Force guards, came to subdue him. The IRF team entered, and as instructed, Sean Baker resisted. And this exercise would change his life forever. In Baker's own words, they grabbed my arms, my legs, they twisted me up, and unfortunately, one of the individuals got on my back from behind and began to put pressure on me while I was face down. Then he, the same individual, reached around and began to choke me and press my head against the steel floor. After several seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, it seemed like an eternity because I couldn't breathe. When I couldn't breathe, I began to panic and I gave the code word, which was red. That individual slammed my head against the floor and continued to choke me. Somehow I got enough air. I muttered, "I'm a US soldier, I'm a US soldier." But they couldn't hear him. They couldn't see him. They only saw the uniform. And the damage was done. Sean Baker suffered a traumatic brain injury. He was taken to a base hospital and later flown to a Navy hospital in the US. They sent him home to rest, but he suffered multiple debilitating seizures per day. He was sent to Walter Reed Hospital for nearly 7 weeks for further treatment. There was no effective treatment. He was pronounced 100% permanently disabled. When Baker donned that orange jumpsuit for that training exercise, his body was coded as Muslim, as the other. And as in the language of biopolitics, what Agamben would call the body that can be killed, bare life and the killable body. Had Sean Baker's prison uniform not torn that day to reveal his US military uniform beneath, he would have been beaten to death, likely, that day. And he nearly was. And the man who beat him nearly to death, because he imagined him as a particular religious body, he was welcomed home with honors, and he is a police officer today in his hometown. In Water and Dreams, Bachelard reminds us that to see water is to want to be in it. And indeed, this awareness of the water and the inability to be in it was expressed by Guantanamo prisoners in writing and in their art. I think to know of the Declaration of Human Rights is to want to be in a world that is in it, fully and with commitment. And I hope that the young people here today with us work towards a world in which we will all live in that aspirational document as more perfectly realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful speech. Now I shall request Dr. Kasturi Shukla, Program Head, MBA, Hospital and Healthcare Management, School of Management, PG, MIT World Peace University, for expression of gratitude to Dr. Diana R. Coleman. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Chayanika. Honorable Dr. Diana Coleman, we extend to you our heartfelt gratitude and kind regards on the behalf of our visionary founder, UNESCO Chair, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir, Founder, President, Myers MIT Group of Pune, MIT World Peace University. Respected Executive President, Shri Rahul Karad Sir, MIT World Peace University, Pune. Board of Trustees, and the entire organizing committee of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. We thank you from the bottom of our heart, and I am very, very sure that all the audience who is listening to you today was awestruck, and they were so sensitively surprised with the stories that you have shared of the survivors of war and those who are grieving. We agree with you that we should be teaching the global war and terror and its aftermath, slavery, imprisonment, loss of identity, and it takes really a true researcher who can critically analyze the laws of their own land, the laws of their own country, and present it to the audience, the actual facts on the ground, ma'am. We are so inspired, and I'm very sure that everyone in the audience felt extremely enlightened by the rich knowledge and experiences you have shared, and the youth in the audience will feel that they should read more about your research and get inspired to work on similar lines in their future to make a better world, ma'am. We are greatly thankful to you. Heartfelt gratitude to you again, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We indeed have a long way to go before we are able to hear the voices of everyone on earth. But I believe that providing voices and building bridges is essential for world peace we all wish for. And this World Parliament for Peace, Religion and Philosophy is a way towards that. We have come to a very interesting part of this session where we get to hear the voices of youth, the today's generation, what they think about this deliberation. Today, we have amongst us two student speakers, rather we'll call them the Student Peace Ambassador, Sania Deshmukh and Snehal Raj. They will share their peace of mind on what they think about this deliberation that is currently going on. We'll start with the first Student Peace Ambassador, Sania Deshmukh. Over to you, Ms. Sania.
Ma'am. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank MIT World Peace University for this wonderful platform of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. The very first action a human being performs is their first breath. A breath signifies life, and that's our earliest introduction to human rights, because your first breath is the exercise of your right to life. Over the course of life, we come across several instances where we exercise various human rights. But the right to peace is the most difficult to truly achieve, as it's the combined product of every basic human right. True inner peace, and in turn global peace, cannot be achieved in a conflicted body, in a conflicted domestic environment, or even amongst conflicted people.
Hello, mic check.
And this brings us to the importance of the rights to privacy, security, freedom, employment, education, nutrition, clean water, healthcare, justice and equality. Once governments and institutions take the initiative to curb the violations of these rights, only then can the right to peace be brought into discussion. But as we know, decision and lawmaking is a highly meticulous and time-consuming process. So until then, the culture of peace through peace studies should be made an integral part of formal education to sensitize the youth and help us understand our role in the bigger picture. To an engineering student studying in a prestigious university in the urban region of Pune, the importance of the right to peace is very abstract, but nevertheless of paramount importance. Peace is the equilibrium in society that has to be maintained like a controlled chemical reaction with just the right amount of products and catalysts. Over the last sessions, I had the privilege of listening to the views of highly distinguished and remarkable speakers on various disciplines of peace. And the one thing that I found common in their views was their belief that science and spirituality both are required to bring about harmony and peace, which is also what our World Peace Dome stands for. Where science can help us achieve our basic human rights through engineering, medicine, and law, spirituality can instill our faith in this process and be the catalyst to the right to peace. I'd like to conclude my speech by quoting His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Peace can only last where human rights are respected, where the people are fed, and where individuals and nations are free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanya. That there was so much clarity in your thought. And of course, at such a young age, you are contributing your bit towards the society. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me read out some of the contributions of Sanya towards the society. She has served as a president of the student section of the Interact of Rotary Club, Pune Central twice, and she has visited several orphanages and schools for the physically disabled during her tenure. She has also partaken in a crowdfunding campaign for Habitat for Humanity during the pandemic to provide food packages to people who lost their livelihoods. She was also a guest writer for NIE, the student edition for the Times of India, where she got the chance to write about the various social issues. Kudos to you, Sanya, for that excellent work.
Okay, ma'am.
Now I shall invite the next student speaker, Snehal Raj. Snehal Raj has worked in various different aspects apart from his technical arena, including the Dramatics Club in Engineering in MIT World Peace University Summit. Since the second year, he got involved more with the SDGs. Snehal Raj joined AIESEC as a student leadership organization. And since then, he has done various contributions, volunteering in various orphanages, as well as working towards the goals through not just with AIESCE in India, but also with AIESEC in US as well as in Ukraine. Snehal Raj, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good evening and namaskar, everyone. Thank you so much. And this is Snehal Rachuk, and it is my honor to be present here in front of varied great personalities. And will start by expressing my gratitude to MIT Group of Schools for giving me an opportunity to share my views over the topic, the right to peace. As a youth, I feel the right to peace has become a deception in today's times. Though it's an impudent claim, I'll share some of my thoughts about it. Being in the fourth year of computer science engineering at MIT World Peace University, I surely haven't been relevant to a long history, but as a young speaker, have been relevant to a lot of disorder when it comes to the right to peace. There used to be a lot of talk about peace once the wars used to end, or when there was establishment in the law and order, but it has got quite diverse in today's times. We may pretend that everyone is great and everyone is great around us, but the content of the outside from each day, a fearful idea lurks in the back of our mind, keeping us hostage. As an example, taking the treatment presently being enforced to the Afghan communities, or the idea of menacing women's safety around, or how our people close by face deficit and penury within, or musing of how social media has affected our anxiousness, leaving us forlorn, and the whole lot more, resulting in anarchy since our morning's first thought. We, the youth, are shaping the future, holding societies together, inspiring and empowering our peers. Thus, to give my bit, I joined an organization called ISEC, because if it's not now, then it's never. In this organization, it has an initiative to activate young people in contributing towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The direction is clear for 2030, that to eradicate extreme poverty, to reduce inequalities, and climate action. This helps me contribute and help bring awareness of SDGs to the youth of young people and in the world through being associated with not just ISEC in India, but also ISEC in US and Ukraine. We aren't criminals, an African refugee once said during one of my virtual conversations there. She said, admitted, we entered here illegally, but is it a crime to come here, try to live well, with more dignity, and eat things we have never tasted before? We just want to live well with peace and contribute. It shouldn't matter who a person is, where they are, what they believe, what they speak. It should be a fundamental right of every human being to attain the right to peace, which stays not just for now, but for the times ahead, for every community. Therefore, I pledge to work together on peace, let alone a sustainable, educated peace, paving the path to a great kind of human right. And that was my time. I hope everyone stays safe. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Snehal Raj. And I'm sure with so much clarity and consistency in the thought process of the present generation, we are at safe hands, of course, in our old age. And in fact, it's true, there can be no peace in the world so long as a large proportion of the population lack the necessities of life and believe that a change of the political and economic system will make them available. World peace must be based on world plenty. Now it's the time we all have been eagerly waiting for. We will get to hear from our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir, the UNESCO chairholder, founder and president and chief patron, Myers MIT Group and MIT World Peace University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, all my friends, and especially the speakers who spoke on this occasion. Thank you so much, Dhirat Singh ji, for a nice introduction of the subject. Mr. Vinod Subramanian, then Shraddhanand Sheetal ji, and Dada Guna Mukta Nanda Sahab, and Diana R. Coleman. I think what I noticed was that all the great speakers, very learned, scholarly thinkers and philosophers who have a deep passion and fire in their belly for the well-being of humanity. What I could notice is it was not a play of words spoken by them. It was the passion and the fire in their belly for doing something good and great for the well-being of the entire mankind. The words may be different, the languages may be different, the little bit subjects may appear to be little different. But what I could see is they have a feeling, they have a lifetime mission possibly for promoting the culture of peace in the world. When we are speaking on the right to peace, right to enjoy peace rather, I will say, or the issue of human rights or the laws of nations, I would make a very few comments on this, but I feel that highly enriched and enlightened on this very subject. And I felt like that we should join hands together. Somewhere when somebody made a mention of the law of the nation, friends, remember the rule of law of any nation is said to be very closer to the rule of life of the people. And the rule of life of the people has to be close to the rule of Mother Nature. The laws of nature, laws of the cosmos, which is always said to be, as in the language of Sant Naneshwar, philosopher Sant Naneshwar, who spoke the words of wisdom 730 years back, at the age of 16, when he says, Nahi jnanena sadrusham pavitram hiya vidyate, shraddha vana labate jnanam tatparaha sayyatindra. He is speaking about the knowledge divine. And he says that time that there is nothing more purer and beautiful than what knowledge stands for, knowledge divine stands for. Jnanamayo vijnanamayo. Especially when Dadaji spoke on the words of yoga and meditation. They're all common words for all of us, friends. But when I say this is the rule of Mother Nature, it is something very unique which we should understand. And why I'm showing this small booklet to you, this was, some time after about 30, 40 years of studies and understanding. I myself, Vijay Bhatkar and many others could realize the essence and philosophy behind. And then about the dharma, somebody might have mentioned, what is religion? Religion is nothing but to perform one's duty. The duty toward the mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation, and the whole world. As was said by somebody, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. As regard the religious scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, the Holy Quran, Tripitak, Bible, or any other Guru Granth Sahib. Friends, it has been very clearly, distinctly revealed that all the religious scriptures are nothing but the life guiding scriptures. We show the pathway of how to live and how not to live. The second word is equally important. But one of my friends, the present governor of Kerala, Honorable Arif Muhammad Khan, said the other day that the words like Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, the truth is one and only one. It is named in different forms, like my name is Vishwanath. Your name may be somebody is Coleman, somebody is Gunamuktanandaji, Dadaji, or my friend about whom just now I said, Shraddhanand Sheetal Sahab. These are the different names which have been given by our parents. But friends, when the truth is one and only one, the reality is one. And the very words I'm tempted to repeat what Naneshwar said 730 years back, that the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness. Two words have been used as regard the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, which you may call thereafter as Almighty God. And you know it, friends, that when I'm trying to always speak on philosophers of Naneshwara to Albert Einstein, the Albert Einstein in the 20th century speaks the real nature of what this energy or what the power stands for. And when he says, oh God, now I reveal, now I understand that the entire universe is again a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness. And as I spoke in the morning too, I repeat those words. Friends, we have now to realize and understand, and the schools of consciousness and reality need to be started. This is said by Schrödinger and many other great scientists of the world. The time has changed, but that ultimately leads to devise a very wonderful education system. I said in the morning, I repeat again, all the great vice chancellors, thinkers, philosophers, scientists, academicians of all the great universities of the world have to sit together and devise possibly the system of education, which is called as a value-based universal education system. The moment if I say universal, you may say that how can it be universal? I can only say, friends, as I understand it, every nation may have its different geography, different philosophy, different history, different culture, but the time-tested values are common. And that is the ultimate aim of what we stand for and what this World Peace University is planning to do. So much was said about the World Peace Dome. Friends, unless you see it personally, possibly, why these men, the great men in the known human history, they have been put up in a round table manner, like the great saints, scientists, and philosophers of the world. And for the first time, they are conversing with each other. You will feel it once you visit this, that they are speaking that truth, that speaking that ultimate reality, that speaking the very nature of what the Mother Nature stands for. The body and the brain. I think so many people have said these words. Every living being has a body and the brain, but on the other side, we have a soul and the mind. I had the fortune of visiting MIT Boston, and that time the question was asked, what is the chemistry of mind? What is the chemical formula or a formula of mind? And possibly the soul, the heart. And possibly, friends, many of the great people sitting in the audience were a little bit stunned when this question came in. And somebody said that when ye to shakti hai, ye vyakti thoda hi hai. But what I say, friends, is now it is your duty and my duty to understand the essence and philosophy behind the science and spirituality. About spirituality, unfortunately, the world is speaking, the great people, they say it is a blind faith. Yoga, which speaks about the chitta vritti nirodha, it is ultimately the stability of that mind itself. and bring the order, like that word is there in the engineering, entropy. To minimize the disorder is our duty. Disorder not to you yourself, but to other people, to another society. Very simple words are there. But friends, remember this very dome, which is called as a philosopher, Sant Naneshwar, even Sant Tukaram, World Peace Dome, speaks that ultimate reality, speaks about that ultimate truth. It is a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. I'm not the doer, I'm not the maker. I'm just instrumental. Why and what for it has come up, I don't know. It has evolved with the most ordinary workers and the people who never knew engineering. No architect, no engineers, no crane was used. And you will say, how can you dare, Professor Karad, to speak this? But this is what I'm speaking is from the bottom of heart. This has happened. How and what way? Possibly this is to give the message to the entire mankind, entire humanity. And possibly, as I repeat to you again, friends, maybe in the known human history, something very unique laboratory, the scientifically or spiritually oriented scientific laboratory has come up. I appeal to you, friends, after this coronavirus problem is possibly over within 2-3 months' time, I would appeal to you, all my students and all the people who have addressed and spoken the words of wisdom about the knowledge divine. I think they should come together, see it personally, discuss, deliberate, and also find out what is the pathway for us, which we have been calling this as a value-based universal education system. And possibly that is what I'm trying to look for. Friends, I have no words to express my feelings. When I heard all of you, I feel like I'm getting tempted to meet you sometime. And that too, possibly in the very World Peace Dome, which is trying to give a message to the whole mankind, entire humanity, to promote the culture of peace in the society. Thank you, friends. Pranam. Abhivadan. Sabko Abhivadan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's an honor listening to you. Time runs in a jiffy. Now, before requesting Professor Dr. Nachiket Thakur for the vote of thanks, please allow me to announce the next session, which we will start at 6 p.m. sharp. The theme of the session is the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. That session too will be graced by some of the best minds. We will have amongst us Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Content and Publications, Heartfulness Institute, Editor-in-Chief, Heartfulness Magazine, Sydney, Australia. Dr. Kannan Rangaramanujan, Co-Director, Center for Nanomedicine, Arnold Patz Distinguished Professor of Ophthalmology, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Washington, DC, USA. We shall also have amongst us Professor Vistas Karbhari, former president of the University of Texas, Arlington, USA, Dr. Brian J. Grimm, president, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, USA, Mr. Ashok Joshi, founder, Microlin LLC, Salt Lake City, USA, and Honorable Condon Smith Hansen, lecturer of religious studies at the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, United States. Now I shall request Professor Dr. Nachiket Thakur, Director, MIT Institute of Design, Pune, for rendering the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, a very good evening to one and all. It is my extreme honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this session on the right to peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights held as part of the 7th Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy today. Such a thought-provoking, informative and an inspiring session. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I would like to profoundly thank from bottom of my heart, my guru, to the UNESCO chair, our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, founder, president, and chief patron, Miles MIT Group, Pune, and the MIT World Peace University for being the guiding light and an inspiration to all of us. Sir, Your vision of bringing together science, philosophy, and spirituality is motivating all of us to follow the path of universal peace. Thank you, sir. Asats Vardasta Asudya. An event of this scale and depth is not possible without the strategic directions given by the chairman and general secretary of the organizing committee. On behalf of all of us, we would like to express our gratitude to Padma Bhushan Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar Sirji, Chancellor Nalanda University and Chairman of the Organizing Committee, and Honorable Dr. Rahul Karad Sir, Managing Trustee and Executive President, MIRES MIT, Executive President, MIT WPU, and Secretary General of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Thank you so much, sir. At the onset, it is my pleasure to thank Professor Dr. Anand Chakradev, Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT ADT University, for sharing his experience and sense of gratitude to be a witness to the creation of the world's largest dome while welcoming the dignitaries for this important session. Thank you so much, sir. I'm very happy to thank our colleague and Mr. Dhirat Singh, Director of School of Media and Journalism, MIT WPU Pune, to setting the context for the session. Today's session, we had the privilege to hear leaders in various fields with their exemplary thoughts on the theme of right to peace. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Honorable Mr. Vinod Subramanian ji, Global Marketing Leader, to giving his insight into Ashoka's principles of living peace and harmony. The genesis of United Nations adopting the declaration in 1948, the UDHR. Thank you so much, sir, for taking us 3,000 years in history of universal human rights propagated by visionaries of humanity and connecting it to the contemporary world of today. Thank you so much. Our deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Mr. Sardhananda ji, Chairman Global Human Rights Defense, The Hague, South Holland, Netherlands, to enlighten us about the current human rights violations unfolding in front of us in recent times. Your insights on how the third world is to be made aware about human rights, the universal rights, is an eye-opener. It's extremely important for us to be aware of this. Extremely thank you for this insight, sir. Such a moment of bliss and solitude to be able to hear the thoughts and experience of Honorable Dada Gurmukhadanji joining us from New York on the ethos of peace through love, to be proactive for achieving the real dharma of self-realization, the universal peace. Standing up to whatever you believe is right is an important message to achieve internal peace. It is indeed a pleasure to have you with us today, sir. Thank you so much. Namaskar. It is our extreme pleasure to thank Honorable Professor Dr. Diana Coleman, Department of Comparative Culture Studies, Northern Arizona University, United States. Your thoughts on how there is a gap between the articles of the Human Rights Declaration to the actual happenings in the world by citing real-life cases are really thought-provoking. Your deliberations will be a guiding light for each one of us as a life lesson. Thank you for sharing the mind-shaking details which will help us to look at human rights in a new way. It was really refreshing to hear the views of young minds on the topic of right to peace. Thank you for your contribution, Saina Deshmukh and Snehal Raj. With such clarity of thought and commitment at this age will only take you up in your illustrious career. God bless. A huge thank you to all the media representatives who have been supporting us to reaching out the nooks and corners of the world. In the current age, for your support is exemplary. Thank you so much for your presence and making the event reach out to all the stakeholders. The success of any event is gauged by the proactive and responsive attendees. Thank you, one and all, to be part of this amazing congregation. Today, we have co-created the wealth of knowledge. Thank you to be part of this amazing experience. A huge thank you for the entire team of volunteers, technicians, and the support staff to make this wonderful event a reality. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Before concluding this session, a gentle reminder to all the participants, the audience, please stay tuned because we will start with the next session immediately, the theme of which is the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. A heartfelt thanks to each one of you for being a wonderful audience. Let peace prevail. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Namaskar.
Good evening and namaste to one and all. I welcome you all for the 5th session of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. We are honored to have with us the eminent speakers across the globe who will be sharing their valuable thoughts on the theme, the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. I would like to welcome all the dignitaries to the World Peace Dome by a film. I request my technical team to kindly relay the virtual arrival of the dignitaries at World Peace Dome. Thank you. Thank you so much. As per the tradition of MIT, let us begin the session with the World Peace Prayer. The prayer which does not advocate any caste or religion, but only prays for the peace. I request my technical team to play the prayer, and I request everyone to join their hands and close their eyes for the prayer.
नमो जियाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा तूचि गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ॐ पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृध कस्य स्विद्धनम् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात् द्यौ शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षशान्तिः पृथिवीशान्तिः आपशान्तिः औषधयशान्तिः वनस्पतयशान्तिः विश्वेदेवाशान्तिः ब्रह्मशान्तिः सर्वशान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Science and religion are two sides of the same coin. They both have to do with meaning. People have always wondered how we can make sense of the world and understand the deeper meaning of who we are and what we are meant to be all about. Science and religion as distinct yet related. Religion is not the source of conflict, yet it has become the site of many conflicts. For us, in this modern world, it is very, very important to understand what triggers religiously motivated conflict. And we have to look at the economic, sociology, and psychology, not just the fact that people of faith are fighting. Science and religion can be compatible. Science and religion need to work together in order to create a more moral and more advanced modern society. While science is more empirical and can help us to solve the mysteries of life, it does not have to hold that religion has. If science is the body, religion is the soul. Religion needs to evolve as science does and forms tenets. So in today's session, we will be talking about the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. I now request Professor Dr. Prasad Khandekar, Dean, School of Engineering, to give the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Good evening, dignitaries on the virtual dais. Participants on the Zoom platform, I can see around 1,500 plus participants, plus thousands of those who are watching us on different social media and representatives of press. A very warm welcome on behalf of MIT World Peace University to session 5 of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Dear all, let me share with you, maybe at the cost of repetition, that our revered Professor Vishwanath Karad has been propagating message of world peace through his untiring efforts over last 4 decades. Be it the world's largest dome that he has created, I would say, to propagate that message of world peace, or be it platform like this of World Parliament, where a lot of intelligent people, expertise is gathered on this platform to share the knowledge and wisdom so that the people are at peace within and outside. So let me welcome Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Content and Publications, Heartfulness Institute Editor-in-Chief, Heartfulness Magazine, Sydney, Australia. Let me also welcome Honorable Dr. Kannan Rangaramanujam, Co-Director, Center for Nanomedicine, Arnold Parts Distinguished Professor of Ophthalmology, Johns Hopkins Institute, Washington, D.C., USA. Dear participants, let me also welcome Professor Vistas Karbari, former President of the University of Texas, Arlington, USA. Let me also welcome Honorable Dr. Brian J. Grimm, President, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Utah, USA. Let me also welcome our own Mr. Ashok Joshi, founder of Microlin LLC, Salt Lake City, USA, who has been guiding us and mentoring us for last so many years. Welcome, Mr. Ashok Joshi, to virtual platform. Dear participant, let me also welcome Honorable Condon Smith Hansen, Lecturer of Religious Studies at the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, United States, and our own Reverend Professor Vishwanath Karad, sir, to guide us on this important session 5, the theme of which is the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. So let me welcome you to this fantastic session to share the knowledge and wisdom on world peace. Over to you, Professor Chaudhary.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address. World Peace Dome is world's largest dome. This unique structure has been conceptualized and designed by a visionary and eminent personality and an educationist of the highest class, Honorable Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir, whose life mission is to establish a culture of peace in the world and to give value-based universal education. I now request my technical team to relay a film on philosopher Sant Shri Naneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library, World Peace Dome.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karad and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, to me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
तक सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होता।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
तो विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you so much. What a great creation with a noble thought. Now it's time for the group photograph. I request all the dignitaries on the virtual dais to switch on their cameras and have a beautiful smile so that we can capture this beautiful moment. I request my technical team to click the photograph. Thank you so much. Now let us have a look at the curtain raiser film on the session 5, the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. I request my technical team to relay the film.
The role of religion in modern scientific culture. Religion and science both offer explanations for why life and the universe exist. Science relies on testable empirical evidence and observation. Religion relies on subjective belief in a creator. The problems arise when science begins to think it's a religion and religion begins to think it's science. While most modern people resort to science and technology to deal with the demands of life, religion still provides the deeper meaning and purpose of human existence. But it is also evident that some modern people quietly dismiss religion as irrational and irrelevant to their needs.
Before I call Dr. Samit Khandeparkar, Research Fellow, Center for Asian Research, Arizona State University, USA, and Assistant Director, Research, MIT WPU Pune, to set the context for the session, on behalf of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I would humbly like to request all the eminent speakers to kindly stick to the time given for each one, so that we can listen to all the eminent speakers and have a fruitful discussion. Now, for setting the context for the session, I call Dr. Samit Khandeparkar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and namaskar to all. Let me take advance this curtain raiser, which we just saw on what is religion and what is science, by taking a genealogical approach to understanding of the concept of religion, and also to look at the different philosophies that inform the development of science. Let me begin with science. Science began in the 16th century with the development of two main philosophies in Europe. One, and these philosophies also was separated by geography in Europe, where the England sort of developed into an empirical inquiry into what is a reliable source of knowledge. So there were philosophers like, say, Bacon, Hume, and Locke, all these were English philosophers, they really argued that science or scientific knowledge has to be based on reliable empirical knowledge, the knowledge that you gain from sense organs. And only that knowledge could be the basis of the reliable knowledge. In the Europe, rest of the Europe, not England, but rest of the Europe, people took another perspective altogether. They argued that science has to have a basis in reason, in ability of humans to explain how the phenomena work. It need not depend on the empirical evidence, but on the structures of mind. And this is a perspective that was really promoted by René Descartes, by Spinoza. And René Descartes, for example, is very famous for saying that I think, therefore I am, which meant that my ability to think really proves without doubt, that I exist. And I, who is existing and is thinking being, is separate from the object that I'm studying. This subject and object dichotomy really took roots in science from this perspective. Over time, the empiricism and rationality and rationalism sort of combined to develop into what is modern science. But in my own perspective and in the perspective of many scholars, science truly is expansion of reason, that ability of human beings to explain things. This is the core project of science. Empiricism is an aid to science, but it cannot be the real peg of science. The real peg of science is the expansion of rationalism or rationality. So this is sort of a philosophical basis of science. Other than this, if we take the concept of religion and look at it genealogically, then we again see the concept of religion taking birth in Europe in 17th century. It's a time when say Christianity breaks down into two different in Protestantism and into Catholicism. No, Catholicism breaks down into Protestantism, and it is then that people realize that well, there are two different ways to worship God. When Europeans travel all over the world, they also come into contact with other populations, and they realize, well, these people are either they are worshipping devil or they are worshipping some other gods. And over time, this concept of religion develops to really capture the different practices and beliefs that are seen all over the world. So this concept of religion is not something very ancient and always there. Rather, even in Bible or in the Quran, the concept of the religion as such, concept is not there. It's a concept that evolves as the Europeans come into contact with different populations around the world and try to categorize what they observe. In late 19th century, this really gets formalized as the world religion parliament takes place. The idea of religion really get enforces, and all the world religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Islam, Christianity, different forms of Christianity are together categorized as religion. So these are two approaches to these two main concepts that we have: science, which comes as a philosophical foundation of empiricism and rationalism, and religion, which comes into birth as people, as Europeans come into contact with different population and splitting of Christianity into different forms of Christianity. So this is something we should keep in mind as we sort of begin our discussion on the role of religion in the modern world, in the modern scientific world. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Your address set the perfect platform for the session. Thank you once again. Today, we are honored to have with us Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Content and Publications, Heartfulness Institute, Editor-in-Chief, Heartfulness Magazine, Sydney, Australia. Dr. Elizabeth holds a doctorate of philosophy in biological sciences from the University of Sydney, Australia. She has been a heartfulness practitioner for 27 years and is also a trainer. Elizabeth has been involved in conscious living education and training since 1996 for both children and adults, with a real interest in communication and teamwork. She has worked in scientific research and the business world. She is the mother of 2 fine adults and is also a musician and writer, spending a lot of her time, these days, on publications for heartfulness. With big round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Elizabeth. I now request Dr. Elizabeth to share her thoughts. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. And dear sisters and brothers around the world, it's just such a joy to be with you all right now. I'm going to take this topic from a slightly different approach, because if you go back to ancient times, of course, there was no separation of science and religion. It was only knowledge. If you look at the etymological meaning of the word science, it's the same as the word Veda, it's knowledge. There was only action, knowledge, and love and devotion. So karma, jnana, and bhakti in the Indian tradition, same in the Western tradition. But you start to see specialization, which of course, as human beings, we have this incredible sense of inquiry. It's one of our 2 major senses. So specialization developed even in the ancient worlds of India, Arabia, Egypt, and Greece. So way back, you have the atomists who were studying matter. In Greece, this was Leucippus and Democritus and their colleagues. In the Vedic times, even before that, the Vedic sage Aruni was discovering what he called paramanas and describing it. And on the other hand, you had people like Plato and Socrates and the rishis who were studying the metaphysical. So science means knowledge, but what does religion, what does the word mean? Religare, it comes from the Latin to connect. This is exactly the same word as yoga in the Indian tradition. So I want to look at it from the perspective of the religious spirit that's important, this idea of connection and how it affects how we learn. Because I think this is critical to understanding why science without the religious approach can take us way off course, can lead to nuclear weapons, can lead to plastics choking the earth, can lead to crippling pollution in our cities and destructions of environments. Science in itself is pure knowledge, but how we use it is very much influenced by our values, by our religious approach, by our ethical approach, by the sense of goodness in life. But do I mean here any one particular religion? No, because if you understand this concept that each religion evolved and was designed for the needs of its particular era and culture, you understand that no religion is better than any other. You know, you can take an analogy. A really good analogy is to imagine 4 people climbing up a huge mountain, the same mountain to the summit, but each one starting from a different compass point at the base. The person who climbs up the west slope sees the west side, and that colors their perception of reality. The person climbing up the east side sees the opposite perspective. Same for the climbers on the north and south faces. So you can imagine that the 4 sides are like 4 different religions. Only when they all reach the top can the climbers experience the oneness of the summit. Similarly, when our consciousness has reached the spiritual summit, we will be in harmony with everyone and everything in the universe without any religious prejudice. What Professor Chaudhary was mentioning before, until we get to that level, we'll still see differences. You know, even if these 4 people were to climb the same slope of the mountain in different seasons, they would see something different. And when you think that religions have emerged thousands of years apart, they're bound to see the landscape of reality differently. The teachings of the original founders are still very relevant and inspiring, and the text, the scriptures, well, they usually make superb reading. But how many followers of religion today can honestly say they experience God, not believe in God, but experience God? So I want to come back to this sense of inquiry that we started with, the inquiry of the scientific approach to things. if you study psychology, or even if you study the yogic psychologists from last century, you understand that there are two primary senses in human beings. Our very strong sense of inquiry about the world, our sense of wonder about the world that we can perceive through our senses, through our mental processes, not just the senses, because it's our processes of the mind, of our consciousness, our thinking capacity, our contemplation, our intellect, buddhi, also our ability to, what's called viveka in yoga, our ability to discern, to put things together, is fundamental to science and philosophy. Then there's the other sense, which is our sense of awe or worship at the great unknown, the part of our existence, the part of the universe associated with our soul that goes beyond knowledge. And of course, this is the basis of religare, of religion, connecting to this. And when you study in depth the way, because, you know, with a rishi or a mystic, there's always this understanding that before you go and study the external world, you first need to work on the instrument of perception. You first need to purify and resolve that and understand yourself first. And this was always the basis of inquiry in ancient times. Of course, it's the basis of inquiry in some modern scientists and philosophers as well, but it's not there as a fundamental thing in science. You can see it, for example, in the work of the great mathematician Ramanuja, who integrated both science and spirituality, science and religion perfectly. His insight, his direct perception as he discovered the mathematical formulas that he did. The same with somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, the great scientist, Einstein the same. Einstein used to play the violin to get his inspiration when he was struggling with a scientific concept. Similarly, Archimedes was in the bath when he discovered the Archimedes principle. You know, these two ways of discovering the world and learning are there in both religion and science. So if you look at the three ways we learn, what are they? First, we learn from teachers and books, what you would call indirect knowledge. We do this, we start this in school. We learn from the great scriptures, we learn from the great scientific treatises. And we would call this secondary or indirect knowledge. It's important, but it's just one of three ways of learning. The second way we learn is, as mentioned, the scientific method. But this is only not associated with science. Swami Vivekananda used this method in his spiritual research. The ancient rishis used the same method in their spiritual research. Learning by observation, recording, and inferring. So we observe, we record data, we infer, we create new hypotheses, we test those hypotheses. The process continues on. This method, which is at the heart of Western science, not of the scientists, but of the scientific method, relies on the mind and the senses and their interaction with the world. So its veracity depends on the quality of the mind of the observer. And as I'm sure many of you know, in quantum physics, there's been a lot of work done to show that the observer is a subjective thing and the observer affects the outcome of experiments. The third way we learn, and of course this is the way of the greats, Einstein, Da Vinci, Ramanuja, the rishis, the great scientists, as well as the great mystics, is learning through inspiration via direct perception, without the channel of the analytical mind and the senses. But this is also what small children do to learn. This is learning by osmosis, by resonance, the religare part of religion. Like small children learn from their mothers. You know, a mother doesn't have to say. The child picks up just by being with the mother, in the same way that when you have a teacher in any discipline, If the teacher is good, for example, a violinist, you're learning the violin, the teacher can tell you, put your fingers on the strings this way. But by being with that teacher, watching them, learning from them, it happens automatically. So these are common. These three ways of learning are common to scientists and also the great seekers of God. But the difference is that religion and spirituality takes us into the great unknown. Science deals with just a small band of the spectrum of consciousness, of awareness, just as visible light is a small band in the spectrum of light. And when we integrate these principles of science and religion, this is the field of spirituality. It's the field that I practice as a scientist, as a research scientist, and somebody who's a seeker of truth, a seeker of God. Because here, everything is experienced directly. Both the sense of inquiry and the sense of awe are included. Science has its rightful place, and the religious feeling of unity also has its place. I'd just like to finish by saying this is not the era of us sticking to individual compartmentalized religions from the past or compartmentalizing science and religion. This is our new human era where we can all experience both direct perception, experiential scientific learning, learning from others, because without the ethics and empathetic resonance we gain from the religious approach, science will never be guided by goodness. So really, it's our choice. What will we choose? And I think this parliament, this wonderful forum, is such a superb place for bringing these fields together, cross-fertilizing and allowing this way to go forward for humanity's survival. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. You rightly said that science is knowledge, but how we use it, it is influenced by our values and religious approach. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. For expression of gratitude, now I call Dr. Anjali Sane, Associate Dean, Faculty of Commerce, MIT World Peace University. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Thank you. On behalf of Honorable Revered Founder President, Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul Karad sir, and the entire team of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, and on my own behalf, it is my privilege to express my gratitude to Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Content and Publications, Heartfulness Institute, Editor-in-Chief, Heartfulness Magazine from Sydney, Australia. Madam, a big thank you to you for your efforts towards promoting the noble cause of heartfulness and, of course, for the noble cause of peace. You have enlightened us with the concepts of mind, matter, spirituality, religion, and their connection with science and further to the entire universe. We are all inspired by your great words. Just by listening to you, I would like to quote here a saying which was given by Albert Einstein in his essay, Science and Religion, published way back in 1954. And he says, "Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind." As you rightly put forth, ma'am, science and religion are like two different windows for looking at the world. The two windows look at the same world, but they show us different aspects of that world. Through this World Parliament, we hope that the message of peace reaches to all parts of our universe, and may peace prevail everywhere. I really wish, ma'am, that this world recovers from the terrible pandemic and things go back to normal. And on behalf of the entire team, I extend an invitation to you to visit our campus, to visit the dome which has been created by our Honorable Revered Founder President, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. And we look forward to meeting you and welcoming you in person on our campus. I also extend my thanks to the entire technical team for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. Thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Elizabeth. Over to you, Professor Chaudhary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjali.
Thank you. Once again, Dr. Elizabeth Dudley, ma'am, thank you so much for being here. I can say very good morning to you because it's already 12 past midnight past in Sydney, Australia. And we still remember your sessions on yogic psychology and evolution of consciousness you delivered to us in the last few months. And we still experienced how you took us to the subtle and subtler levels of consciousness through actual experiential practices. So thank you so much, ma'am, once again. And I really thank you. And really, welcome you again to this, as said by Anjali Sanima, to visit the World Peace Dome here. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, please allow me to welcome Dr. Kandan Rangaramanujan, Co-Director, Center for Nanomedicine, Arnal Pal's Distinguished Professor of Ophthalmology, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Washington, D.C., USA. His research spans a wide range of nanomaterial applications, including nanomedicine and composites. He has initiated an interdisciplinary transactional research program based on dendrimers with a specific focus on targeted drug delivery for ocular and neurodegenerative diseases such as cerebral palsy and age-related macular degenerations. He is an author of 4 patent and more than 80 peer-reviewed publications. He has won several recognitions, including the National Science Foundation Career and Anirvar Awards, and serves on the editorial boards of Nanomedicine. He has received his PhD in chemical engineering from the California Institute of Technology and completed a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Minnesota. After 2 years as a senior research engineer at 3M Corporate Research, he joined the faculty of Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, as a professor of chemical engineering, material science, and biomedical engineering. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome to this Parliament. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank Dr. Karad, Dr. Rahul Karad, the convener, and the organizers, Dr. Samit Kandeparkar, Dr. Prasad Kandarkar, and Dr. Jayant Kandare, and the organizers for welcoming me here. I speak as a material scientist, and I want to try to think about the context of modern material science in the larger good of the society. You see a dome in the virtual background behind me that many think is the embodiment or the birthplace of modern research-based medicine. When I saw the beautiful video of the dome that you have created, I couldn't but think about how that could be the birthplace of integrated inner science, religion, and philosophy, and how you use that to spread happiness throughout the world. I can't wait to see it in person. So today, I want to talk about what is the boundary for modern science and where does inner science start and how we reconcile all of them. We know that oftentimes when religion and science are mentioned together, there is a little bit of, I would say, a Western bent to the whole thing. So we kind of think of both of them in a somewhat rudimentary fashion. We think that science is rational thought, whereas religion sometimes is irrational belief. So I want to speak about what is science as we think about it in the most cases. Most of the times when we think about science, we are thinking about the Western view of what science is. That is actually material science. In fact, material science focuses on the outside world where mass is present. So, for example, we discover medicines that cure the human body. We make you beautiful toys that make you happy for a short period of time. In fact, the object Apple has played an immense role in the Western world. For example, thousands and thousands of years ago, Adam gave an apple to Eve, and all kinds of things happened subsequently. About 500, 600 years ago, an apple fell on Newton, and we actually say that gravity was described. In fact, gravity was described several hundred years before that by Brahmagupta and many people around that time. Now, if you go past like 400 years later, today, Apple, the iPhone, the object, has actually pervaded everybody's mind as though it is a symbol of material consciousness. In fact, Apple has figured out how to program our mind to essentially benefit materially the company itself. I'm really scared that one day Amazon is going to deliver me a package that I was thinking of ordering. So that is basically where the material science starts. Today, we learned that the person who discovered the sense of touch and temperature, heat, got a Nobel Prize for physiology. So that is modern science, or the boundary of modern science. So then what is the science that basically thousands and thousands of years ago described not only the touch, but how it comes about, and how do you put it into context through appropriate understanding of your own mind, intellect, and the supreme consciousness. So that is actually called inner science. For some reason, we do not call that science in the Western world. So for example, so what I'm trying to say is that the modern science has slowly come around to thinking that mind is the next frontier for modern science. In fact, mind, as we know from the ancient Indian philosophy and spirituality, is a flow of thoughts. Mind or the thoughts by themselves have no mass, and we can't even describe it appropriately, leave alone manipulate it in a deliberate manner in the modern scientific world. But that is where the inner science from tens of thousands of years ago started. They not only described the consequences of modern, what we consider modern science, but they actually went way beyond that. So we say that, so this is basically the limitation of modern science. So we should not think that science is just modern or material science. In fact, based on thousands and thousands of years of thinking and meditation, the rishis, while we went to the laboratories in modern science, they went to the mountains of Himalayas, or let's say the Middle Eastern deserts, to contemplate without any funding from governments or private entities or investors, simply using their power of mind, focus, and faith to basically describe in a stunningly beautiful manner what religion is and what is philosophy. So we often think of religion as something at the tip of the whole mountain. Religion, according to ancient Indian philosophy, is not just merely a material thing, but actually it starts where material focus on the body ends. According to Indian philosophy, it is the focusing on the body is a tamasic nature. So when you say you think body is everything, which is basically the epicenter of modern science, it is the lowest of the qualities. After tamasic nature, you have rajasic nature, and then sattvic nature. So the goal of happiness. So if the goal of everything, science, religion, philosophy, is to bring happiness to the world, then how do you integrate all of them to actually bring true happiness that is lasting to the entire world? That should be the purpose of it. So religion, according to ancient Indian tradition, is the science, inner science, focusing on our own self, not to try to improve your standard of living, where I get more cars, more money, more fame, more power, but to actually improve our standard of life by teaching us how to interact with the outside world so that no matter what, you are in peace. This is actually the purpose of religion. If you notice, this concept of religion it's actually the science in itself. So this is the birthplace of inner science. So they are not trying to say, oh, blindly do what I tell you, but they are telling you, this is the purpose of religion. This is religion. And then they built the entire philosophical depth underneath that through thousands and thousands of years of research. So the purpose of religion is to improve our standard of life and standard of living, not focused on just simply the material outer, the body, but realize that you are beyond the body, beyond the mind, beyond the intellect. And essentially, you are nothing but supreme consciousness, conditioned by your vasanas, acting through your body, mind, and intellect. This is universal. It is not accessible only to people sitting in Buckingham Palace or Johns Hopkins University, but it is accessible to everybody, and it doesn't cost anything. So in fact, when there is something that brings you true happiness, and it should be applicable to everybody. And what is beautiful is that people had figured this out thousands and thousands of years ago. In fact, I have never heard a person give a lecture on Hindu philosophy where they said, actually, I discovered this through my own research. They basically go back to literature that comes from thousands and thousands of years ago. And we know that it has not been modified of to any kind because it was already perfect to begin with. So I want to conclude and spend the next few minutes by trying to tell you what I think is the role of modern science in inner science and vice versa. Many times I believe that people have said that faith is an important element of life. Many times in my own life as a material scientist, I have been told that today we have hundreds of patents and even some treatments that work pretty well for severe COVID-19 and so on. But when I started to do my research, everybody told me that this is not going to work. So I had to bring my own inner faith in my own modern material science, which is incredibly trivial compared to people did thousands and thousands of years ago with no money given to them, no name attributed to them. We don't even know who they are. Yet they described science in such beautiful terms that a mere small application of it has immense benefits to society. For example, we often think many modern developments, we attribute them to the Western world, but people who understood the philosophy of body, mind, and intellect, and how we are beyond everything, and we are nothing but the supreme consciousness that is embodied by the vasanas and other things, have done very well. We hear about the Gupta dynasty, where they excelled in every way in the material world, and they were highly advanced, and they did it in a sustainable fashion. So as we contemplate about science and religion, what I am really contemplating about is how can I, as an individual, learn to use modern material science to advance my own understanding of the inner science. So maybe I could use machine learning or artificial intelligence to understand the inner science better. So that is what I am contemplating on. So my message is that let us not think science is just material science. Science is actually inner science. In fact, as the MIT World Peace University, Dr. Karat sir, and many others are thinking about integrating everything, maybe you want to start a journal of inner science, where we actually bring applications of thousands and thousands of years ago validated inner science to benefit humanity in a manner that would be probably more impactful than the journal Science that everybody is talking about. I truly applaud you in this day and age for bringing to attention the immense power of inner science to the entire world for the benefit of everything without just simple material consumption as the singular focus of society, which is the problem we face. Thank you very much, and it's a wonderful opportunity to talk.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Every time when we think of science, we talk about outer world, and that's the modern science. But understanding self, mind is inner science. So science is not only material science, but also inner science. And there should be integration of science, religion, and spirituality. So thank you so much for sharing such useful thought with us. Now, for expression of gratitude, I call Dr. Naneshwar, Associate Professor, Faculty of Pharmacy, MIT WPU, Pune. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Archana Chaudhary, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very good evening and namaskar to one and all. Dr. Kannan, sir, it gives me an immense pleasure to express my gratitude on behalf of Honorable Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, father of MIT WPU family, UNESCO chairholder, creator, and architect of World Biggest Dome, President of World Parliament 2021. Honorable Rahul Karad, sir, Executive President, MIT World Peace University, founder and convener of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teacher Congress, and National Women Parliament. And on behalf of Board of Trustee and entire organization of World Parliament 2021. It was a real privilege to listen to you, sir. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this wonderful deliberation. We all are really inspired by our talk. Sir, you nicely integrated, as Chaudhary madam said, and differentiated religion, science, and spirituality with respect to the Western perspective. You talked about how material science has taken our everyday life. You also told us, how the inner science exists from ancient times, and how the science this inner science was practiced, preached, and followed by our Rishi Munis from thousands of years. Sir, you also talked about different natures, like tamasic nature, rajasic nature, and sattvic nature. And how beautifully, sir, you correlated this nature with the religion and the spirituality and the peace. It was a wonderful correlation, sir. Sir, finally, you wonderfully told the essence of religion in one line, where you said that this essence of religion is in order to improve the quality of the human being and to develop that inner peace. Sir, finally, I would really, I'm really happy, and I would really, ask everyone to, go into that inner science and let not that material science take over your today's world. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, sir, it was indeed really a great pleasure listening to you. Thanks a lot, sir. Over to you, Archana madam.
Yes, thank you so much, Manish, sir.
Thank you.
Today, we are honored to have with us Professor Dr. Vista Karbhari, former president of the University of Texas, Arlington, USA. He is an Indian-American civil engineer and university administrator. Dr. Karbhari was the 8th president of the University of Texas at Arlington. Prior to that, he was provost and executive vice president for academic affairs at the University of Alabama. He is known for his research in composite materials and structural engineering. He is author or co-author on over 500 publications in referred journals, conference articles, and book chapters, and is the co-editor of 6 books. As president of the University of Texas at Arlington, Dr. Karbhari was recognized for leading the university to Carnegie R1 status and being designated as a Hispanic serving institution, and for his initiatives on enhancing social mobility, student success and for STEM. Under his tenure, the College of Engineering at the University of Texas at Arlington has seen an increase in enrollment and funding. In September 2020, the full board of Regents of University of Texas System honored Dr. Karbhari by signing a declaration expressing their deep and sincere appreciation for his thoughtful vision, exceptional leadership, and distinguished service to the University of Texas System as President of University of Texas. In November 2020, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, one of the world's most respected organizations, selected Vishak Karbhari as a fellow. Dr. Karbhari is also a fellow of the National Academy of Inventors, ASM International, the American Society of Civil Engineers, the Structural Engineering Institute of ASCE, the International Institute for Fiber Reinforced Polymers in Construction, and the International Society for Structural Health Monitoring of Intelligent Infrastructure. In 2019, he was elected a member of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. With big round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Vishak Karbhari. We are
very much.
Very honored to have you here with us, sir. Now I request you to address the gathering. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be joining all of you at the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, and especially as an engineer and scientist to have been invited to speak in the session on the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. My sincere thanks to Dr. Vishwanath Karad, founder of MIT WPU, who is himself an engineer and educationist, for setting a path years ago that ensures that education becomes a beacon of hope, an integrator of knowledge and spirituality, and indeed a path towards achieving true and long-lasting world peace. It is humbling for me to be giving this talk since Dr. Karad was a faculty member when I was a student at the College of Engineering in Pune. I'd also like to acknowledge Rahul Karad, the executive president of MIT WPU, whose drive is furthering the vision set by Dr. Karad, and in his doing so is helping MIT WPU find a place in the world stage as a leading global institution of higher education. To most people, science, religion, and philosophy are distinct disciplines, more in conflict with each other than having a commonality. And in fact, we are more likely to hear the phrases science versus religion, or science as the antithesis of philosophy, rather than the integration of the three towards or due to a commonality. Often the differences are presented as conflicts that cannot be resolved, points of view that are universes apart, and ones that divide humanity. Science and religion are often postulated to be great forces in opposition, one described as being based on faith, and the other based on accurate observation and logical deduction. Yet, they are far closer than one could imagine at first glance, and far more intertwined in a way that lets us reflect on the past and peer into our future, not as individuals, but as members of the human race. It is perhaps helpful to look at the definitions of these three words using the Encyclopedia Britannica. Religion is defined as a human being's relation to that which they regard as holy, sacred, absolute, spiritual, divine, or worthy of special reverence. It is also commonly regarded as consisting of the way people deal with the ultimate concerns about their lives and their fate after death. Science is any system of knowledge that is concerned with the physical world and its phenomena, and that entails unbiased observations and systematic experimentation. In general, the science involves the pursuit of knowledge covering general truths or the operations of fundamental laws. Philosophy, from the Greek by way of Latin philosophia, love of wisdom, is the rational, abstract, and methodological constraint of reality as a whole or of fundamental dimensions of human existence and experience. Philosophical inquiry is a central element in the intellectual history of many civilizations. When we consider these three, then, we should realize that philosophy, through the consideration of human existence and experience, connects the first two. Furthermore, all three are interwoven into the fabric of knowledge, bringing together past, present, and future, where we can learn from history, develop through experience, and position the future through application of a mix of science and faith. Irrespective of where we stand on the artificial divide between science and religion, we must admit that in the development of anything new, there is always a dependence on faith, and even a role for what we term as chance. Consider as an example our quest in the 1960s to reach the moon. A lot of was known. An enormous amount was simulated on the Earth. A huge number of complex calculations were conducted. This was science and engineering at its best, converting a simple concept, launch a metal tube powered in the same way as missiles that cause destruction, break the Earth's gravitational pull, travel on a path that intersects that of the moon around the Earth, keeping in mind that the distance of the apogee is 252,000 miles and at the perigee is 225,600 miles. Land on a planet the nature of whose surface we are not quite sure, walk in an atmosphere that we have not been able to analyze, launch off that surface, and return safely. Millions of calculations, each backed by theory, experiments, and repeated tests, and yet so many assumptions and so much unknown. If it were completely up to science, we would not have dared to take that leap. But those in charge had faith. Faith in their theories and hypotheses, faith in their calculations, faith that engineering would prevent leakages, rivets breaking open from vibrations, and materials from melting under extreme heat, and guided by knowledge from ancient philosophers such as Anaxagoras, who more than 2,500 years ago determined that the surface of the moon reflects sunlight, enabling him to explain lunar phases and eclipses. In the 5th century BC, he was exiled from Athens for postulating that the moon and the sun were objects and not gods. Science, religion, and philosophy came together as Neil Armstrong stepped on the lunar surface. Just as they have used the past to develop the future based on our understanding of phenomena and our faith that we will overcome. Many consider being religious as being incompatible with being a scientist. Nothing could be further from the truth. Consider three important scientific breakthroughs: the Big Bang Theory, the field of genetics, and the decoding of the human genome. The first was postulated by George Lemaitre, a Belgian Catholic priest and astronomer. The second by Gregor Mendel, an Augustinian monk. And the third by Francis Collins, director of the National Institutes of Health, who till his graduate studies in medicine was an atheist. Philosophy, science, and religion played an interwoven lead in the lives of each of these three, and the commonality beyond their brilliance was the pursuit of knowledge, melding decisions based on evidence, as is the scientific method, with a search for the fundamentals of nature as divined by a higher power, a faith ascribed to religion. Philosophy, science, and religion thus mark three of the most fundamental modes of thinking about the world and our place in it. We live in a dynamic and interconnected world, one driven by globalization and the consequent integration and mobility not only of goods and services, but of information, capital, and people. Technological advances have made it possible for people, ideas, and resources to flow seamlessly and swiftly across yesterday's barriers of time and space. When we buy goods and services or seek assistance on the phone or on the web, we are no longer sure if the person with whom we are communicating is in the same town or thousands of miles away in another country. News and information is available in the blink of an eyelid, moving faster than it can be checked, spreading across the globe as never before, ensuring that events can no longer be hidden from the public eye, but also enabling the rapid diffusion of rumors, innuendo, and false reports. As the world becomes smaller, diverse people are pushed closer together, sometimes making them reluctant neighbors, and often fueling resentment, envy, anger, and mutual distrust. Divides, social, cultural, religious, and political have been amplified as the ever-present competition for resources is extended to that of control of ideas and modes of communication. Our world is beset by challenges that know no national boundaries: poverty and hunger, the growing inequities between the rich and the poor, terrorism, water shortages, the irreparable harm done to our oceans and lakes by industrialization and increasing population, the escalating global tensions between development and sustainability, and the rise of diseases that are resistant to the very medical advances that were once considered to be the means to eradicate them and are able to spread from one continent to the other, just as COVID-19. While we have advanced in the use of technology, we have perhaps receded in our development of the human spirit, in our ability to enhance dialogue and understanding between ourselves. Materialism has increased, and with it, there has been a dramatic loss in spirituality and inner peace, as well as in the true engagement of people, an engagement built on mutual respect and faith in the Creator. To address these aspects, there is a need for the development of leadership, young men and women who can think beyond boundaries of place, identity, and norms, who have empathy, trust, and mutual respect for diverse cultures and civilizations, who seek to contribute to a sustainable and more humane world, and do not live in a vacuum, but seize important questions, confront them, and develop solutions, just as the speakers before me have described of their own work. But this will not happen by itself. This will only happen if our educational institutions take the lead in leading not just the precepts of science, philosophy, and religion, but the integration of these towards the building of a learned citizen and a more complete being, one who is grounded in faith, in the acknowledgement of morality and a higher code, yet driven by rational thought and the scientific method, and guided by the past while looking to a better future. In discussing the needs of the country he so loved, Nelson Mandela remarked that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Excuse me. Today, perhaps more than ever before, those words ring true. Education, the imbibing of knowledge, the core purpose of every institution of higher education, is perhaps humanity's last and best hope. It is institutions such as MIT WPU who emphasize the context and interwoven nature of science, religion, and philosophy that can lead us to a new and better tomorrow. I commend Dr. Karad for his foresight in developing a core of spirituality and philosophy underlying all aspects of study at MIT WPU. His students hopefully will graduate not just with knowledge, but with the discernment of how to use it and how to move forward in unison, melding their knowledge of science, religion, and philosophy towards peace rather than conflict. The launching of the World Peace Fellowship is an important step in that process, creating justice-oriented citizens, exploring the reasons behind some of our most pressing problems, and then working individually and in groups to address and resolve those issues. This meeting, the 7th in its series, is an important and continuing step towards the development of a better global future, one driven by a common set of goals of peaceful interaction and harmony, a focus on addressing climate change and protecting Mother Earth from the ravages that we have affected, a renewed dedication to the eradication of debilitating diseases, and a determined effort to engage from the grassroots level to global understanding. It is indeed fitting that these efforts are not just hosted by a university, but they're being driven by academic leaders, the holders of the very knowledge that can be used to integrate and weave science, religion, and philosophy into a single fabric, one that will match our advances in technology with those of inner peace and global understanding. Let me then close by quoting the Dalai Lama, who said, "There are only 2 days in the year that nothing can be done. One is called yesterday, and the other is called tomorrow. Today is the right day to love, to believe, to do, and mostly to lead." May the work be done at MIT WPU enable the maximization of today so that there will always be a tomorrow. Thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us on the topic. You explained the concept of religion, science, and philosophy very well in the simple language with a lot of examples. Thank you. Thank you so much once again, sir.
Thank you.
For expression of gratitude, I now invite Professor Srinivas Subbarao Pashumarthy, Dean and Director, MIT World Peace University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar and good evening to all. On behalf of the UNESCO Chair Professor, Revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, and our innovative and dynamic Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Sri Rahul V. Karad sir, and on behalf of the entire team of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, and on behalf of me, I express my sincere thanks for gracing the occasion. You have beautifully defined, summarized, and enlightened us the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. Your presence is a great moral booster for us. It is really great pleasure in listening to your session. We are grateful for your ideas and continuous guidance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Today, we are honored to have with us Dr. Brian J. Grimm, President, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Utah, USA. He was previously Director of Cross-National Data and Senior Researcher in Religion and World Affairs in the Pew Research Center's Religion and Public Life Project. He is an expert on global religious restrictions and hostilities, as well as international religious demography. He is an affiliated scholar at Boston University's Institute on Culture, Religion, and World Affairs and Georgetown University's Religious Freedom Project. He holds a doctorate in sociology from the Pennsylvania State University and is co-author of the Prize of Freedom Denied and the World's Religious in Figures. Sir, very, very warm welcome to you. We are privileged to have you here with us. Now, I request you to share your thoughts on the topic. Over to you, sir.
Sorry. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. I give you greetings from the United States where it's morning time, and good evening to all of you. And I'd also like to thank the MIT Peace University for your wonderful work on peace and bringing these different spheres together. It's unique in the world, and it's an honor to be part of it. And also Dr. Karad, I thank him for his leadership, and then my co-speakers this morning sharing their wisdom and their ideas. So again, it's an honor to be with you. Thank you. So this morning, I'm going to talk about the practice, not the theory, but the practice of connecting religion, science, and philosophy. And I'm going to use the example of some of the biggest and best technology companies in the world and how they are bringing these concepts together. So these include companies like Google, Dell Technologies, Texas Instruments, and Intel. So what are they doing that's bringing these together? So in the first place, these companies have taken policies and actions to make their workplace faith friendly. Friendly so that people can talk about their faith, they can share their faith with others, they can learn from others, and share those ideas. So I'll use some examples from the Intel Corporation. And I choose Intel because according to the measures that we do, we produce a index on corporate religious equity, diversity, and inclusion, or the READY Index, where we measure the degree to which companies are, you can say, faith or religion friendly. And the Intel Corporation is not only the top company in the United States among all the Fortune 100 companies, but the leaders of their company CEO Pat Gelsinger and Executive Vice President Sandra Rivera are recipients of our Global Interfaith and Business Peace Award that we give in collaboration with United Nations every 2 years. So what are they doing? So at Intel, they have what is called employee resource groups. So these are employee-led, company-sponsored groups that people of different identities can come together and support one another. Intel has 7 going on 8 different groups for different faiths: Hindus, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Baha'i, Sikhs, and so forth. And they also include atheists and agnostics as part of that mix. So what are these groups doing? So on the first hand, they make a welcoming place. So if you're a person of one of those faiths, you have other colleagues who are supporting you. You can converse with them. Second, they're working together to build networks between the faiths. Now, that's sort of on the religion side. So how does it affect the science? Well, I'll give an example from the leader of the Muslim group at Intel. His name is Hadi Sharifi. And Hadi originally came from Iran, and he came to the United States. He's a senior engineer, PhD. And in Iran, as you may know, Baha'i face many difficulties. But in the United States, there's more freedom, and he got to know the leader of the Baha'i group. And he had never met a Baha'i. He didn't even know the problems Baha'i were facing in his home country. Today, they're best friends, and they're collaborating and working together to solve problems at Intel. I'll give another example of just the business case, also using Hadi Sharifi. So within these networks, the Christian group, the leader of the Christian group at Intel, these are global groups with chapters all over the world. So the global leader of the Christian group was talking to one of the members in Costa Rica. And that Costa Rican member got assigned a new project to develop a whole new program for Intel Corporation in Malaysia. So he realized, well, Malaysia, it's a Muslim country. This guy from Costa Rica, he's a Catholic, like I'm a Catholic. But he said, I don't know anything about Islam. I don't even know any Muslims. How can I work in Malaysia and be successful? So the Christian head was good friends with the Muslim head, Hadi Sharifi, and he connected the two of them so that Hadi could start to coach him on understanding religion and how it impacts society, how it impacts business. So right there, you could have had a whole scientific and technical program fail because of a lack of religious understanding, but because Intel opens the workplace to let people of faith express themselves and bring, as Hadi Sharifi says, your whole soul to work, then these kind of problems that you're working on in a business or scientific realm find solutions because we work together. Now, let me give another few examples. Every year we have a large meeting called Dare to Overcome. And at Dare to Overcome, we build allyship between different faiths among people in business, and we have a special concern for people with disabilities. So we also reach out and network around that. This year, our keynote speaker was from Microsoft, and he was the head of AI, artificial intelligence, and SITE. So he was in charge of all of the Microsoft AI projects that will help with any kind of visual aspects. Interestingly, he himself is blind, and he's also a minority faith. So he was our speaker talking about how AI and faith go together. And his conversationalist was a Christian theologian from Scotland who has written a book on the theology of technology. So you might not know that a book is written about that, but he was, these two had a conversation about the ethics of artificial intelligence, bringing in their values, their philosophies, their theologies into the discussion, which Microsoft welcomes, because these ethical concerns coming out of faith also will impact the success of any products or services that they develop. Now, the last set of examples I'll give have to do with how when you allow faith to come into the work, come into what seems like a scientific environment, it results not in just good business, but also compassion for our fellow man and fellow women. So 2 examples, Dell Technologies. So at Dell Technologies, they also have this same kind of employee resource group structure where they have Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Jewish people, and others having groups, but within an interfaith coalition. Now, as you may know, in all these large companies, they have many groups, not just for religion, but also for gender and for race and for disabilities and other topics. So at Dell, the interfaith group working together identified that human trafficking, modern day slavery, was a terrible problem affecting millions and millions of people. Because of their compassion, bringing that with them to work, they proposed to Dell that they have a global campaign to counter human trafficking. And you may wonder why a tech company does this. Well, any company has many powerful resources to change the discussion in society, because businesses are the crossroads of culture, creativity, and commerce. You put all that together and they have solutions. They can come up with solutions for some of the most difficult problems. And you have some of the greatest scientific minds working in these companies, so they can also turn those same brilliant minds to solving social problems. So at Dell, they did a global campaign that involved all of Dell, and their vice president for human resources was thrilled. She jumped out of her chair with happiness that because the faith groups took the lead, the company did something they never did: get everyone in the company working on a social impact project. The last company example I'll give is American Airlines. American Airlines is the partner with the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation in our global Dare to Overcome initiative. And they partner with us to bring people together. So American Airlines' motto is caring for people along life's journey. And they not only have these same employee resource groups, but American Airlines also has chaplains. So at airports, but also in the company, the chief flight controller, he's an airplane pilot. He controls all the planes flying around the sky, around the world. He's also an Anglican priest. He wears a clerical collar to work every day. He's a priest, a chaplain, and a chief flight controller, and quite a scientific man. So in that workplace, as they've dealt with COVID-19 pandemic, the spiritual resources coming from people within the company are so important, because you don't come to work and leave your problems at home. That's, whatever problems you're feeling at home or in society, you feel them at work too. You can't close your life off. So companies like American Airlines partner with us to build these bridges. They also have flights to India, and they're looking forward to bringing this Dare to Overcome project with us in 2023 to India. So that's something we're looking forward to. Now, the last thing I'll share is the philosophy that describes these kind of initiatives. So there's a new concept that captures these ideas together, and it's called covenantal pluralism. So covenantal pluralism. You might know both words, but you've never heard them together. Covenantal means we agree and make a pact that we agree on something. And pluralism is that the rich diversity within society is set free to be unique and contribute. So the idea is that we covenant people who are different, whether you're different religion or different race or different gender or different abilities, that we covenant together to stand up for your rights and your beliefs and behaviors, whether or not we agree with them, but we know they're important to you. And then the other side does the same for others. So we stand up for each other's rights to believe and behave according to our values and our faith and our inspiration. So that covenantal pluralism is what we see happening in these big and very successful companies. And so that philosophy in itself has much work. And I'll just conclude. It mentioned that I'm in Utah. I'm actually usually in the Washington, D.C. area. And we're working with one of the United States' best business schools, the Marriott School of Business at BYU, to implement these philosophies into the curriculum for students and then help share them in the business and technology worlds. So I think that this is a lot of good news, maybe something that most people aren't aware of, that companies can be faith-friendly. But of course, in India, from many companies have people of different backgrounds, different religions working together side by side. So it's not unique to the United States, but in the United States, it's quite a new movement to have faith welcome in these companies. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share, and I look forward to the ongoing discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for explaining the practical aspects of religion and science. And the examples that you gave, it made the session very, very interesting. Thank you so much for your address, sir. Now, may I request Dr. Dhanashree Tarkude, Assistant Professor, HR, School of Management, to express the gratitude. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Archana Chaudhary, madam. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants in the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy across the globe. On behalf of Reverend Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir, UNESCO Chairholder, Chief Patron and Founder President, MIT Group of Institutions, Pune, India, Honorable Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, Managing Trustee and Executive President, MITES MIT Group of Institutions and Executive President, MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, along with the entire organizing team of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. I, Dr. Dhanashree Tarkude, take immense pleasure to express our gratitude to Honorable Dr. Brian J. Crane, President, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Utah, USA, on the occasion of 4th day of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, under the session 5, having theme the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness. What a good fortune that we have got a chance to listen to Honorable Dr. Brian J. Crane, who firmly believes that faith and business build a better world. Sir, you spoke about practice of connecting religion, science, and philosophy, and shared various industry examples, such as Google, Intel, Microsoft, Dell, American Airlines. You shared facts and business examples about AI and faith, human trafficking, which was very interesting. We are truly thankful to you for your words of wisdom. Thank you for enlightening us with the concept of Covenantal pluralism. Truly a great insight. Once again, on behalf of Reverend Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Honorable Shri Rahul B. Karad sir, along with the entire organizing team of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I wish to express our gratitude for this informative deliberations and enriching us today. Thank you so very much, sir. With this, I hand over the session to the anchor, Dr. Archana Chaudhary. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Naneshwar. The next eminent speaker that we have today with us is Mr. Ashok Joshi, founder, Microlin LLC, Salt Lake City, USA. About 2 decades ago, internationally acclaimed scientist Dr. Joshi told himself, "Giving back will give me the biggest happiness." He started in India at first, funding a mobile library that relied on people with bicycles to rotate books weekly between 21 schools in rural villages. From there, he began building and expanding schools, including one in Vai that serves mentally challenged children. He has funded trips for students in Salt Lake City to India to help out in schools and villages, including with women for whom he helped start small businesses with microloans. Dr. Ashok Joshi returned to USA in the year 1984 and took a job of an engineer in Ceramatic Inc. He progressed rapidly, and in the year 1996, he was CEO of that company. When the company was in trouble, he was confident enough to save the company. He saved the company and became owner of that company. Hats off to you, sir. He has received many awards and honors. To name few, he is well-recognized innovator and high technology entrepreneur. He is an inventor of more than 130 issued US patents and has over 40 pending US patents. He has received Maxwell Foundation Lifetime Achievement Award, Utah Genius Award for recognition of creative people behind Utah economy, Industrial Research Institute Achievement Award for exceptional work as an entrepreneur scientist, India's National Small Business Entrepreneur Award by the President of India, Honorable Dhirat Singh. Sir, we are privileged to have you here today with us. I now request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm as you mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur, scientist, and a small businessman. So I really going to talk about a really practical matter. Dr. Brian Grimm started taking you to practice. I'm going to take you further a little bit. But before I do that, I would like to thank Vishwanath Ji Karad. I would like to thank Rahul Karad, Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Khandekar, all trustee board for inviting me, especially a small businessman, to talk about role of religion and in modern scientific culture and consciousness, which is really not my topic. I used to just look at the business, whether I'm cash positive, cash negative, and all that. But I'm thinking more practically how the religion is practiced. And since I'm born in Hindu tradition and lived in India for first 25 years, I'm going to say few observations and not really, let me see. Yeah, not really talk about theory. What is religion and what is science? Actually, Vishwanath ji expressed very beautifully what is religion. He says religion is a duty to take care of, or to take care of for the welfare of your family, community, nation, and the whole world. The other definitions, simple definitions, are religion is nothing but purpose of life. And then the science, the essence of science is to create knowledge. And then the utilization of that knowledge for taking care of the human lives. Develop technology, develop innovations, and so on and so on. But I find when I look at India, especially when I go to India, and all religions have this, there are two components of religions that I find. One is rituals, and the second one is spirituals. And I'm concerned about the rituals, because rituals tend to create division among certain religions. They create anger, fear, greed, blind faiths, and most important, noise. They create noise, huge noise. So let's look at that noise factor. When it is zero noise, it's called silence. Decibels is equal to 0. That is science. Silence. You take silence and divide it by 2. What do you get? Silence. You divide it by billion times. What do you get? Silence. So silence is infinite. In Hindi, we say Ananta, which is God. Entropy becomes 0 at silence. Complete silence. We even say that in our everyday, world prayer was said here, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I actually couldn't count how many Shanti words were there. We say peace, Shanti, silence. But whenever I go to India, on any Indian festival, and this is self-critique, because I love India. Anytime I go to festivals, huge noise. Just now Ganesh Chaturthi happened. I'm sure there was huge noise. Navratri, huge noise. Diwali, huge noise. So when we talk about Ananta, God, are we presenting noise to that God? Or are we presenting Shanti to God? That's the question. So I'm truly concerned in that sense that educators, social leaders, political leaders, what they need to do is educate the citizens about the role of Shanti, role of silence. And that's what Buddha did, Gautam Buddha. Gautam Buddha sat 18 years in silence. And then he himself become a god, so-called God. So really, in a sense, we really need to see how we can reduce the noise, both internally in our mind and externally in society. Somebody said here, I think Dr. Chaudhary said that science is ego and religion is soul. True. And the soul has to be quiet because it is internal. So what is the role of science and religion then? Because that is most important. What is the role of religion? So the role of religion in science is to teach students of science or the scientist to first internalize the silence in their mind and then invent or innovate things that will help the humankind. For example, I can give you actually that's happening, at least in Western world. Taking IC engines which are noisy to battery engine which are less noisy. We have to create less noisy world so that the entropy can be lowered. You know, when 50, 60 years ago almost, I used to love one song, Hindi song, and I apologize for non-Hindi speaking audience here. There was a song called Dil Ek Mandir Hai. So I modified that song a little bit. I say, Dil Ek Mandir Hai, Shanti ka, Shastra ka Sanshodhan hota hai jisme शांति का स्वरूप दिखता है, दिल एक मंदिर है. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Bye.
Namaste, Ashok.
Namaste, Krishna ji.
Namaste, pranam.
Pranam.
Abhivadan. Abhivadan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
आप म्यूट पे हो अर्चना जी, आप म्यूट पे हो. अर्चना जी, you're on mute.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yes, I'm so sorry. So, sir, thank you so much for the words of wisdom. You explained Shanti and noise in very, very interesting manner. It is really very important to teach the mankind the role of Shanti. And you rightly said how to reduce noise both internally and externally. I mean, the society, internally in our own mind and externally in society. So thank you so much once again, sir. For expression of gratitude, I now call Professor Dr. Milind Patre, Associate Dean, Peace Studies, MIT WPU, Pune. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Archana Chaudhary ji. Ashok Joshi साहब, thank you so much. आपने हिंदी में एक शायरी की, आपको डेडिकेट करता हूँ हिंदी में ही आज का ये स्टैंजा, क्योंकि आपने साइलेंस की बात की So I just say कि मुंह की बात सुने हर कोई, दिल के दर्द को जाने कौन, आवाजों की बाजा रोबे, खामोशी पहचाने कौन. सचमुच सर आपने हमें आज जगह दिया. सब आवाजों का बाजार है और इसमें जब तक हम silence, till we don't achieve and really aspire for silence, no amount of peace is possible, sir, because silence is the language of God and God listens only in silence. Thank you so much, sir, for this absolutely astounding piece of, I think I can say that what you said is the crowning of the entire Seventh World Parliament of Science, Religion, Philosophy, because silence is what connects us to God, to soul, to consciousness, to all that there is. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patre sir. The next renowned speaker that we have today is Condon Smith Hansen, lecturer of religious studies at the University of Arizona, United States. Condon R. Smith Hansen holds degree in both history and religious studies from Northern Arizona University and is completing a degree from Arizona State University in MEd and Instructional Design and Technology. While specializing in American religion, Dr. Smith has proficiency in teaching university courses in world religions, religious violence and terrorism, religion and film, pop culture, and religion and Christianity. In 2018, he helped create a religious studies minor for Arizona Online at the University of Arizona, where he has created and regularly teaches half a dozen courses. Smith regularly teaches both in-person and online courses, all of which are Quality Matters certified. Dr. Smith Hansen's major publications includes Frontier Religion, Mormons and America, 1857-1907 from the University of Utah Press. The book won Best First Book Award from the Mormon History Association in June 2020. His co-edited volume with Michael Herold was published by the University of Colorado Press, Utah State University in June 2021, titled The Reed Smoot Hearings, Investigations of a Mormon Senator and the Making of an American Religion. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us. I request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here at the Seventh World Parliament of Religion, Science, and Philosophy. And thank you very much to all the leaders and organizers and to inviting me and helping me feel welcome to this. It's truly an honor to be part of this. My focus is really going to be on the Parliament of Religion in 1893 and also focusing on the aspect of listening and unintended consequence. In the United States, the beginning of the scientific study of religion and even the secular were based within specifically religious principles of Protestant Christianity. The relationship had been, in many ways, integrative rather than segregated. Indeed, the secularization of America came from within a particular understanding of liberal Protestantism that demanded a form of private individual faith to influence society rather than a more explicit religious teaching and ministers. This was not an attempt to eradicate religion from America's public spaces, but instead to remove churches themselves from it. This new development of religious privatization mattered because it was the first time in American history where individuals could have divergent beliefs or belong to religious groups that differed from Protestant